Good morning, Mr. Musigidi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Chair, today we have Warrant Officer Magane. Magane, yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Warrant Officer Magane. Thank you.
Chair, if you can swear the witness in, he has.
I'm told your mic was off. Yeah. Please.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, the witness will take an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Warrant Officer.
Yes, Chair, today we are continuing on the stream.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Musigidi. Please switch on both mics and pull them as close to you as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, today we are continuing on a stream of drug busts in Ayrton. Yesterday we had a witness, Colonel Stein, giving an overview of what transpired at that drug bust. Evidently, Chair, you would have heard that Colonel Stein arrived at 1 o'clock, which was towards the tail end of that drug bust. So who we have today, Chair, is Warrant Officer Magane, who was right at the beginning when the tip-off was given to attend to the drug bust. Is that correct, Warrant?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Then a bit of housekeeping, Warrant. You should have with you 3 white files. Can you confirm that?
No, I only have 2.
Okay, then
I
a
only
third
have
one
2.
will be provided to you. For now, focus on the smaller of the 2 files you have. It should say,
I think you're talking about this one.
that's the one with your name, yes.
Thank you.
If you open the first page, you will see that it says Statement of Warrant Officer Marumo Magane. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And it says that your statement is 13 pages. And if you go to the last page of that document, you'll see that there's a signature. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
On page 12, I can confirm that this is my signature.
Okay, use the number on top. So it will say 12 at the bottom, but use the number on top that will say 13.
Okay, I see,
do you see
Commissioner.
that?
I can see it, Commissioners.
Yes, thank you so much. And you have at least considered and read the contents of your statements,
That's correct, Commissioners.
and you stand by it.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you then. Warrant, I want you to go through your statement. Take your time. Firstly, I would want you to assist the Commission in a number of documents and probably in some of the presentation. Your name has come across with different spelling and pronunciations, from Mogana to Mogano to Magana, and here it's written Magane. Can you just clarify so that we know we're speaking of one and the same person in these proceedings?
Thank you, Commissioners. When I first applied for my identity document, it was back then in 1991. My surname was wrong spelled as Mogana. So I recently rectified my surname to Magane as it appears here. So when the incident took place in 2021, my surname was still written as Mogana. So that's why you'll see now it appears as Magane, which is the correct one.
But for all intents and purposes, at least we're talking about one and the same person.
Magane.
Yes, thank you.
Marumo Joseph Magane.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes. Warrant, can we then go through your statement? You will be provided with a third file when it's an opportune time to do so. But for now, let's focus on the file in front of you. Can you start with, probably for the record again, put your name on the record, and then you can take it from paragraph 1 on your statement.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. I, Marumo Magane, state under oath in English. I'm an adult male, age 56 years, born on the 2nd February 1970. I'm employed as a police officer stationed at Zonkizizwe SAPS, and currently attached to CIMAC office since the 1st January 2005. I then joined the South African Police Services on the 5th October 1988 as a student constable. I attended my basic training in Pretoria West Police Academy and completed my basic training on the 12th November 1999. I then worked at Alberton Visible Policing, which is also known as VISPOL, until the 30th June 2003. I then took a transfer to Alberton Detectives from the 1st August 2003 until the 30th December 2004. I got promoted to the rank of a senior constable at Zonkizizwe Crime Prevention. I was then transferred to CIO, which stands for Crime Information Office, currently known as CIMAC, which also means Crime Information Management Analysis Center, from the 1st of September 2005 until current. I got...
Please explain what exactly does that entity within SAPS do?
Commissioners, this is an entity that is responsible for our crime stats. The stats that are released quarterly, they are our custodians.
Oh, okay.
We are responsible for that. So we compile them, then escalate them to the cluster level. Then from the cluster, they will be consolidated and sent to province.
Oh, okay.
That until it reaches the national office.
Okay.
And we...
So you do not do any investigative work?
No, I don't do any investigative work.
Searches and seizures?
I do.
Okay.
I'm also operational.
All right, please continue.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, before you continue, you say CIO stands for what?
Yeah, it was then, back then it was named CIO.
Which is what? What is the full name?
Crime Information Office. But it's the same entity. I got promoted to a rank of a sergeant on the 1st April 2007. I was again promoted to the rank of warrant officer on the 1st March 2019, which is the rank that I'm currently holding. I'm currently a commander of CIMAC office, and my duties are as follows. To supervise members and monitor data integrity at the station. To disseminate analysis product information to the...
Sorry. Under 3.1, is this all members or members attached to CIMAC?
The members that falls under my component.
All right.
Yes, but let me just I'm only alone. But we are actually supposed to be 3. So I'm supervising myself. To disseminate analysis product information to the relevant role players, to conduct environmental scannings at hotspots, take photographs of relevant features identified as factors contributing to our crime.
What does it mean? Or what do you do to conduct environmental scanning at hotspots?
Commissioners, this talks to visiting sports that are highly hit by crime, where prevalent crimes are happening. So I must visit those sports, ascertain what are the causative factors, and so that when and advise the operational manager as to where to focus and maybe give more information as to what are the causative factors. Interview complainant, witnesses, victims of a crime that has been reported.
Can you please explain how that fits in within what I understand CIMAC to be?
I beg yours, Commissioner.
As I understand it, mainly this is about statistics. Fine, there's the bit that you've explained to Commissioner Baloyi just now. But you say interview complainants, witnesses, victims of a crime reported. I don't quite understand how that fits in within the broader scheme of your functions. Especially, for example, you said you do not investigate. So I'm just trying to understand what the context would be for you to interview complainants, witnesses, victims.
Isn't it, Commissioners, when a complainant reports a case, there are some of the information that maybe they might lose when the statement is taken. So that also boils back to me so that I can get a full information. Because in any event, I'll need to go maybe visit the crime scene and stuff like that.
I'm still not sure that I understand. There will be an investigator, will there not be? And how do you fit in?
Commissioners,
And I would imagine some statements will have been taken by officers at the CSC when a complainant comes to report a crime. And then an investigator is appointed, the investigator will take more statements. So I'm trying to understand where you fit in.
That's correct.
How do you also get to take statements?
Commissioners, like, I'll give an example in a case of a hijacking. A complainant will come to the CSC. Then, after reporting the case, they will, the same complainant will be referred to my office so that I can get more information. Because some complainants, they tend to lie. So our office is asked to ascertain whether the crime that has been committed is the one that is going to be captured, or the crime, it must be captured on the system to make sure that the statement, the A1 statement, which is made by the complainant, and my interview are the same. Because sometimes you get a complainant saying that he was hijacked at a certain spot. But when you drill deep into that information, find that that person was never hijacked. Instead, maybe he handed over the car to someone else. So that is the duties that I do.
Oh, please continue. Thank you.
Can I just ask, Warrant, in performing any of these tasks, do you get to be involved in attending an active crime scene to perform any of these tasks that you're referring to, or some of them?
Yes, I do. I'm operational. I'm also getting a danger allowance, which is only paid to operational members. If you are office bound, you don't get such an allowance.
You are using this term of being operational for the second time now. What exactly do you mean by that? And thus far, the idea that one has is that you are responsible for statistics. How do you get to be out there? How do you get to be exposed to danger, to even get this danger allowance? And how do you come to call yourself operational?
Because
What operations outside of looking after the states?
suppose when I'm doing observation are done outside. Maybe I'm there and I see something that maybe a crime is being committed, so I must act. In that sense, I'm operational, and besides, I'm not confined. These duties that I'm doing, they don't limit me for being being involved in other operations at the
So
station.
it would be incidental. It's not something that you do every day.
No.
It would be incidental. You happen to be out there. For example, you told us that you will visit hotspots to establish what the causes of crime are and so on. And then something comes up and you say,
That's correct.
yeah, criminal activity
Yes.
manifests. Then you say you will attend to that.
That's
so
correct.
it's in that context that I say, so for you, this is purely incidental. It's not that it's something that you do on a day-to-day basis.
But the environmental scanning, I'm required to do that
Yes,
on
I
daily
get
basis.
that. I get that. But then something happens. Some crime is committed, you become aware of it, and then you get involved. That's what I'm saying is incidental.
That's correct.
It's not your day-to-day work.
No, I'm not every day be outside and
Yeah.
doing crime prevention duties and
Yeah.
no.
And being at crime scenes generally, that too would be incidental. It's not your day-to-day work.
It's part of my daily duties
How so?
because this is required that I give feedback. I give feedback to the station commander, even if there's no crime that is prevalent at a certain spot. But I must drive around, see if there are no new features that might end up maybe giving opportunity to criminals.
Thank you, Chair. And perhaps lastly on that score, Warrant Officer, specifically when coming to this case, do you have any experience where you have encountered or you had to work with what we call drug busts
No.
prior to the incident that we want to talk about today?
No, prior to that, the only thing that I did information was about Taha, not specifically drugs.
All right. Thank
The only thing that you did was what? To gather information. You said something about information?
I'm saying I was involved in a Taha bust.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you were part of the team that carried out the bus?
Yes, the
Daha
Taha,
bus.
not drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Warrant, let's pick it up at paragraph 4. Then. If you've gone through, no wait, just go back. You haven't listed all your responsibilities. I'm ahead of myself.
Interview suspect arrested for serious crimes for more information. Compile profiles of suspect arrested for serious crimes. Compile monthly, quarterly, semester, and annual crime statistics reports in comparison with the same period for the previous year. To conduct briefing and debriefing of shifts members. To compile reasons for the crime and the shift displacement of crime document. To compile linkages association analysis based on the metrics, profiles, and other information.
Just for the transcript, the word there was displacement. All right, please continue.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Then you can go to paragraph 4 on page 3.
Please, Warrant Officer, you don't have to read the cell number in paragraph 4, so you can just mention who contacted you.
Thank you,
Don't have to
Commissioner.
read the cell number.
It was on Friday, the 9th of July, 2021, at approximately 06:25 a.m. when I received a call from Chief Samuel Mashaba. Chief Samuel Mashaba works at Gauteng Traffic Police and holds the rank of a Deputy Chief Director. Chief Mashaba called me regarding information about a truck which was allegedly carrying or transporting drugs. He was asking me for assistance or manpower, in so to say, in order to follow that information. According to his information, the alleged truck was somewhere around Rodicop, next to Leondale area, which falls under Alberton SAPS. I told Chief Mashaba that I was still busy at my station, at Zonkizizwe, so I was not able to assist him immediately. But I promised him to try some members that I know from. I promised him that I'll try some members that I know from Dock Unit. In this regard, I called Sergeant Maja from Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Department Dock Unit, which is EMPD K9. But he unfortunately told me that he was sleeping as he worked a night shift the previous night. I then called Chief Mashaba back to give feedback from Sergeant Maja. Commissioners, please, can I take one step back?
Yes.
I just want to rectify this. Sergeant Maja is not from Ekurhuleni Metropolitan K9. He's from SAPS. SAPS Ekurhuleni K9.
K9, okay.
Yeah.
Still, okay.
Yeah, not Ekurhuleni Metropolis.
Can you then, just before you proceed, can you maybe explain to the Commission your relationship with Chief Mashaba? Did you know him prior to this incident?
Yes, I met Chief Mashaba through a colleague of mine. I would simply say Mashaba, it's an acquaintance person. We were not friends, but we used to meet maybe when there's a party, but I met him through a former colleague. That's how I knew him.
Have you worked together with him
Prior
to the incident of the 9th?
No, we didn't. I then
Just before you proceed, just going back to understand the context of the call that you received on paragraph 4. You say that he called you, informing you about a truck transporting or carrying drugs and asking you for assistance or / manpower in order to follow up that information. What did you understand by manpower, Warrant Officer?
Manpower, he actually wanted other members to come and assist him. He requested other police officers to come and assist him, and because he was alone.
Given that it's drug-related and we have explored your experience, did it not occur to you perhaps to say to him you can not assist, but you will seek someone who might assist?
Like I said, I called Sergeant Maja, who is working with drugs. He's actually on drug unit.
Yes, apart from Maja, did you call? Sorry. Apart from Maja, who was not available, maybe let's go back. Did you understand him to be asking you to come, or for you to seek or to source manpower, or was it both?
No, he was also asking me to come and assist if I'm available.
Warrant Officer, let me first understand, you said Maja is SAPS Ekurhuleni. I thought SAPS was per station, as in SAPS Boys and SAPS Zonkizizwe for Slurus. What do you mean?
Ekurhuleni cluster.
It doesn't belong to a station.
No, it belongs to K9 at Ekurhuleni.
Okay. And then you say he was also drug unit. I
Yes.
thought he was K9. Can you just explain how he is dog unit and K9?
No, the dog that is handling specialized on drugs. Isn't it these drugs, these dogs differs? You get dogs for DNA,
Yes.
and then you get dogs for tracing, then you get dogs for drugs.
So within K9, there's a drug unit, there's a DNA unit, or they're just K9 and with different dogs of different specialties? Which one is it?
My understanding will be that this is K9, but you get someone who's specializing with, who's handling a dog that's specializing in DNAs, then with tracking of suspect, tracking of firearms, and
Yes. So that person is dog unit.
He falls
in dog
under
unit.
dog
They're
unit.
not in the drug unit, they're in the dog unit.
No,
They're
no, no.
K9.
it's a K9.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And then, and maybe lastly, when Chief Mashaba calls you, I just want to clarify at this point, it's really clarification questions. When he calls you for assistance with manpower, you say, that's what
That's
he
correct,
said.
Commissioner.
That kind of request to you, where does it fall in the list of your functions in paragraph 3? Where do we locate it?
Like I'm saying, if commissioners, there's a need for me to work outside, I do that.
You have listed from 3.1 to 3.10 what your job entails.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you've also explained that if you happen to be, say, for example, you are doing environmental scanning
That's
and
correct.
a crime happens, then you can deal with it.
That's correct.
And I understood you to also be saying to the chairperson that when you are at a scene, you may talk to a witness or to a victim. So I understand those functions in 3.1. All I'm asking is the kind of request that came to you from Chief Mashaba that he needs assistance from you with a drug bust. Where in paragraph 3 would it fall? If it doesn't, you can say it's not one of those.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't fall under
right.
paragraph 3.
Okay, thank you.
Warren, just lastly on that one, that is on your call with Chief Mashaba. When you received the call, where were you?
When I received the call, I was at the station visiting the station as a duty officer. I was visiting the on and off parade. Like when the night shift changes, where as a duty officer, you are sometimes expected to inspect whether everything is in line with the operations.
Okay, thank you. I suppose the question then, if you're already at the station and you have this request, was there no one else at your station that you could ask to attend to this query by Mashaba?
No, it was early in the morning, and the CSC members are only allowed to work within the jurisdiction or the precinct of Zonkizizwe. So when Mashaba was asking this assistant, he was at Londale, which falls under Alberton.
Okay, let's proceed to paragraph 6.
I told Chief Mashaba that I would call him in 30 minutes just to check if he still needs assistance. And indeed, I called him again and he told me he was already at Londale with his informant observing that place and requested me to come through and he sent me his location via WhatsApp. Upon my arrival at the said location, I met Chief Mashaba driving a gray VW Golf 7 and another gentleman unknown to me driving a charcoal BMW 7 Series. Both cars were parked next to each other. Chief Mashaba introduced me to that gentleman and he also introduced that gentleman to me. This man came to be known to me as Mr. Tumelonku. Chief Mashaba further requested Mr. Nku to further explain the information in details. After a detailed explanation of the information, Mr. Nku, Chief Mashaba, and I decided to go inside. Commissioners, I think here the statement. It's only me and Chief Mashaba who went to that truck stop, not Mr. Nku. Mr. Nku was left behind.
That's
It
what
says,
it says.
it says exactly
It does
that.
accord, yeah.
After a detailed explanation of the Mr. Nku, Chief Mashaba,
By Mr. Nku. Then Chief Mashaba and you decided to go inside.
okay,
Just the two of you.
okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Chief Mashaba and I decided to go inside the place where the truck was parked, which was not far from where our cars were parked. The name of that place, the name of that place where the truck was parked was Yellow Jersey Company.
Warrant Officer, just stop there. The gray VW that Chief Mashaba was driving, was it a police vehicle or was it his private vehicle?
No, it was a police vehicle.
It was a police vehicle.
Yes.
And then let's just get the place right. You say it's in Rodikop,
Rodikop,
and Rodikop is this industrial area near Spruitview.
that's correct,
So
Commissioner.
it falls under Alberton.
It falls under Alberton area.
All right, thank you.
Before you continue, Warrant, can you just provide us with details as to what exactly you mean? You will see there when you say after a detailed explanation of the information. What information? What exact information did Nku and Mashaba give you?
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Nku explained to me that he have received information about a truck which arrived a night before, which was on Thursday the 8th. And according to the
Arrived
information,
where?
arrived at Rodikop at Yellow Jersey. This truck was allegedly carrying trucks or transporting trucks. He also showed me the registration number and the number of that alleged container on his cell phone. Show me the picture of that container and the truck.
And was he the informant? You said when Mr. Mashaba called you, he was with his informant.
Yes, correct.
So was this informant Mr. Nku?
Mr. Nku, that's correct, Commissioners.
And did you ask where he received that information that you saw on the SMS?
No, I didn't ask that because it was going to be awkward. He's the informant of Mashaba. So the only relevant person which I can ask that it was Mr. Mashaba.
Did you then ask Mashaba?
Yes, I did.
Where did he say the source of that information?
Mr. Mashaba explained that Mr. Nku used to work at Transnet. So he still have information information about Transnet matters. That's what Mr. Mashaba told me.
What did you understand by that? Because he didn't mention Transnet. My understanding is that the Yellow Jersey company, that's the logistics company, transporting the cargo. What's the relevance of, did you follow up, what was the relevance of mentioning that he used to work for Transnet?
Transnet, I mean the containers that comes, Yellow Jersey was contracted to transport containers from the harbor to various places. So that is a Transnet harbor.
Did Mr. Nku or Mr. Mashaba say, and I'm asking Mr. Nku because in your statement, you do say that Mr. Nku, you say Mr. Mashaba further requested Mr. Nku to further explain the information to me in detail. So Mr. Nku did explain to you.
He did explain.
Did he say to you he got this information from Transnet?
No.
I'm trying to understand where, what his experience or his past employment with Transnet and still knowing things about Transnet, what that has to do with the kind of information that he's giving you.
Commissioners, I didn't go deep into getting more information from Mr. Nku as to how is he getting this information because he was no longer working at Transnet.
Did he say to you how he got the registration number, whether him or Chief Mashaba, how Mr. Nku got how and where he got the registration number of the truck that you say he showed you?
Commissioners, I'll be honest, I didn't go deep. I didn't interrogate that information further. But all what, according to the information that he was given to me, I then assumed that he got it maybe through his source or in whatever way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's proceed to paragraph 8, Warrant Officer.
We proceeded to the Yellow Jersey company using Mashaba's vehicle and stopped at the security gate. I introduced ourselves and the reason for our visit at the premises. The security guards then referred us...
Just before that, please explain the introduction. How did you introduce yourselves? By name, by work position, or what?
We introduced ourselves by showing them our appointment cards, and we also told them that we are from the police.
So both of you showed your cards?
No, it's only me who produced.
You did?
Yes.
And then about Mr. Mashaba?
Mashaba, he didn't...
No, you said you did the introductions. What did you say about Mr. Mashaba?
No, I said, I introduced myself as a member of SAPS.
Yes.
Yes. Then Mashaba also is from traffic.
He introduced himself?
Yes.
Oh, all right, okay.
And at this point, when you get there and you do these introductions, who's in charge? Who's the owner of this thing that you and Mashaba are doing now? Who's the in charge?
Mr. Mashaba. He was the senior.
So he's in charge?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Before you proceed, just to understand your answer to the chair, you say you both introduced yourselves, but only you showed your appointment card. Is that correct?
And I can't remember very well, but Mashaba also, I think Mashaba also, I'm not too sure, but that is protocol.
But what you are sure is that you did,
Yes, I did.
but with Mashaba you cannot confirm.
I can't
With
confirm.
certainty.
I can't confirm.
Okay, now proceed.
The security guards,
Commissioners,
continue, the security guards then
the
referred.
security guards then referred us to their manager inside the offices. We found a male person by the name of Arda, who confirmed that he was the manager of that place. We then introduced ourselves to him as protocol and explained the reason for our presence at the premises.
What did you mean by protocol? When you said you were protocol, what did you mean by that?
As required when you enter when you enter a premises, you must introduce yourself if you as a police and the reason for your visit.
I understand you saying that we are police. I'm from SAPS, and he's from
Traffic.
from the traffic police. I understand that, but here that's not what you said. You said you were protocol. What did you mean when you said you were protocol?
I mean, as protocol, that is a requirement, maybe if I may put it that way.
Or do you mean we introduced ourselves as is required by protocol?
That's correct. That's what I was trying.
Yeah, that's not what it says. It says you introduced yourselves as protocol. So I read it to mean that you were saying you are protocol.
We introduced ourselves to him as protocol. Maybe.
No, I understand.
And explain the reason for our presence at the premises. We explained to him that we were following information about one of their trucks which was carrying a container from Durban, and that according to the information at our disposal, the container was carrying drugs, but we are not sure about the quantity of those drugs. Mr. Hardach explained that he does not know the contents of the container, and we requested him to open the container. But he pleaded with us to at least follow or escort the truck to the custom so that we can open it in front of the owner of the merchandise inside the container.
So when you made the request that the truck should be opened or the container should be opened, was your intention to then search the container?
Yes, if he gave consent, we were going.
And if you indeed found drugs, would you then have seized the drugs? Was that your intention?
No. We were going to phone all the relevant role players to come and process the scene.
Who are the relevant role players that you would have called?
We were going to source assistance from DPCI, national office, because there are people, anyone who was relevant and available.
No, I would like you to be more specific. You say all the relevant role players, so you must have had either units or people in mind. So you've started by saying DPCI. When you say national office, you mean head office of the SAPS or of the traffic, because this is Mr. Mashaba.
Of SAPS.
This is Chief Mashaba's operation. Remember, I asked you earlier, you said he was in charge.
He was, yes.
Okay, so you would have called national SAPS.
National SAPS, that's correct, and DPCI.
Those two, that's what you mean when you say all the role players.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Just explain to me more fully, if the container had been opened there and then, what exactly would you have done? Would you have,
We were going to cordon the scene.
sorry?
We were going to cordon the scene. To cordon
No,
off.
now the container is open. What do you do with the open container?
If that exhibit or if those trucks were found, we were going to call.
And how exactly would you establish that there were drugs inside?
Commissioners, because
Assuming that everything was wrapped up and you don't open and you immediately see drugs, everything is nicely wrapped up. In wrapping that's not even transparent, what would you have done?
we would have called a K9 or other people who have experience in this field.
So I was saying you would have opened for no reason at all then.
Commissioner,
I was saying you would have opened for no reason at all if you would have just opened and then called for K9 without doing anything further.
no, we were going to wait for them to come in
But why open then?
to verify the information.
Verify how? You say, I've just said to you, now you have an open container and you have a lot of material in there, but all nicely wrapped up, and you cannot see what is inside. Then what do? You say what you are going to do is to call K9.
To come and
Yes, my question then is why open in the first place? If all you are going to do is to then call K9 and do nothing whatsoever, why open in the first place?
Commissioner, after opening the container, we were going to source relevant Canaan people to come in.
So you yourselves would do nothing. The container would be opened, you would just stand there, look, and then call K9.
Commissioners, if those people who were, they will say this one belong to us, this one we don't know, or the Canaan people will come and verify.
All right, I'll continue.
We explained to him that we were following information about one of their trucks, which was carrying a container from Devon, and that according to the information at our disposal, the container was carrying drugs, but we are not sure about the quantity of those drugs. Mr. Hardak explained that he does not know the contents of the container, and we requested him to open the container, but he pleaded with us to at least follow or escort the truck to the customer so that we can open it in front of the owner of the merchandise. This seemed like a reasonable request, and we agreed to the suggestion. I also suggest that Mr. Hardak can also send their security personnel to accompany us to make sure the truck reaches its destination safely, and he agreed.
Your informant, you obviously believed him. That's why you go to all these lengths about there being drugs
That's correct.
in that container. Why do you allow this truck to get on the road when you're possessed with information that says there's illicit drugs in that truck? Well, why do you remove the truck from where it is parked and it has drugs in it? How did you think about it?
Because you see, there is the owner of that premises actually was not giving us a concern to open the container as he was not the owner. So we fell into that trap that no, at least let's follow this container to its destination, so that maybe upon its destination, then the owner maybe can give us a permission to search, because we were not having a search warrant.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask you, Warrant? As Commissioner Malloy indicated, you had at least reasonable belief that there is suspicious material contained in that cargo. What I'm trying to understand, first of all, when you say we agreed to the suggestion that this truck be escorted, when you say we, did you agree personally to the idea?
That's correct. I did agree with.
And then my question is, what was stopping you from saying, call the intended customer, we are cordoning off this area, let him or her or them come here because this is a crime scene, because of your reasonable suspicion? Was it not something that you could have at least reasonably done?
Information only become positive when we have verified. Sometimes information can be false. So we were trying to minimize a situation whereby we will find ourselves have opened the container and find nothing.
But if you found nothing, that would have been the end of the matter, is it not?
I beg your Commissioner?
If you opened and you found nothing, that would have been the end of the matter.
But
And there was nothing inside.
some people will take you on. You will get civil claims, and because we were not having a search warrant. So Section 22 gives a provision that if you've got a reasonable suspicion and you want to search the premises, if the owner of the premises is not giving consent, then you are going to sit with the problem.
What do you do normally if the owner of the premises doesn't give you permission to search?
We then apply for a search warrant, if that's an option.
And why was that not done here? Because the truck is parked, you have your eyes on it, it's not going anywhere. Why didn't you consider applying for a warrant then, now that the Mr. Haddock is not giving you permission to open?
No, Commissioners, I think it was an oversight from us, because his suggestion for us to follow the truck up until to its end destination, we felt that at least we're getting a cooperation from him. That's why we decided to follow the truck up until to the destination.
Okay, thank you.
My difficulty, Warrant Officer, is that you have a reasonable suspicion to enter the premises, and the information you have about the truck number, the registration, it checks out because you find the container, you find the truck. But what seems to be happening is that you're moving from one potential crime scene and you're letting it move to another. And in this case, it has to be another jurisdiction even. Do you understand that difficulty?
I understand and I follow.
Yes. For example, were there any other trucks at Yellow Jersey parked in that yard?
That's correct. There were other trucks that were parked there.
So you see, my difficulty is that if you moved that truck as you did and you followed it, to its destination. But you don't even know what other trucks could have contained, because had you brought in the entire team, including the sniffer dogs and whatever, they could have searched the entire premises. Do you follow that?
I follow, and I take that as an oversight from us.
And then when Mr. Haddock said to you, let's go to the customer, did he mention who the customer is to you guys?
Yes, he said this truck was destined for Ireton at Scania in Ireton.
And you knew where Ireton was?
Yes, I knew where Ireton was, but I didn't know the place where this, the place where Scania is located is.
So did you know at least the distance that you'll be traveling escorting this truck?
Yes, I know the distance was between 20 and 25 cases.
Yes. But do you also appreciate that, in fact, you might have put yourself and your colleague in danger by allowing a truck to go to another destination where they could call and say, we have company. And when you get in there, you are met with other things. Did you accept that there was?
I accept that, and I take this as, I don't take this, I take this as serious, and it definitely, if something might have happened, but God forbid it never happened. But there were possibilities.
And that possibility arises because you've already now told Mr. Haddock that there are drugs in this truck. That possibility that, in fact, you could potentially have ended up with these illicit drugs being taken by somebody else, because now you've shared the information that this truck is carrying drugs.
I agree with you, Commissioners.
You didn't consider that risk, that by moving this truck onto the road, when you have now revealed to someone outside your circle that there are drugs in this truck, that you actually have created a risk that someone else might just take those drugs from you on the road.
Commissioners, I'll be honest with you, that we didn't think of, but possibilities, I don't rule out the possibilities of that happening.
Yeah, no, it's a possibility it didn't happen. I really am we're more concerned about your own conduct and thought processes, how you thought and why you would have thought this is appropriate. Having disclosed already to the security at the gate that there's a truck that has drugs on it, you've now disclosed to Mr. Haddock in there, and then you deem it appropriate, and at this stage I'm not concerned about Chief Mashaba, we're talking about you SAPS, that you think it's appropriate. You didn't consider at all the risk of driving with those drugs in that truck.
At that time, Commissioner, I would
did
say we
not.
didn't consider that as a risk.
All right, thank you.
I suppose on that score, Warrant Officer, is it something that you would consider to be an oversight, or it's something that you just did not have appreciation of the magnitude or situation that you were
Commissioner,
dealing with?
it was I'll consider it as an oversight, and for the fact that at least Mr. Harder gave us his option, another option of maybe searching the truck. But I don't know if I'm answering you.
I accept that. We can move on to paragraph 10.
We left the premises and followed the truck as agreed. I used my unmarked NP300 black buggy. Chief Mashaba and Mr. Nku followed in their respective cars. I also noticed that the yellow buggy from Yellow Jersey also followed us from a distance. Can I just make a correction? Before we left the premises, the Yellow Jersey premises, I left my numbers with Mr. Harder, and he actually gave me his numbers, then I gave him a missed call so that he can have my numbers.
Did Chief Mashaba do the same?
No. Only me did that.
Why you? It's not your operation. Why are you the one that's giving Mr. Haddock your number and not Chief Mashaba? It's not a SAPS operation, you've told us. It's
Yes.
a traffic department operation.
But for a mere fact that I was also part of that, I felt that I can just leave my numbers because we are a team, we are together.
Okay. All right.
Just on that score, before you proceed with paragraph 11, is there any reason why you allowed the informant, Mr. Nku, to follow you?
Before we left, we went to our different cars. So we drove together. In my understanding, I thought maybe Mr. Nku, along the way, will take another, because we were now following the track to another destination.
And
That
you-
was not discussed whether Mr. Nku will be part of us or will follow us.
And you will accept, at least for a moment, that it's not ideal for an informant, especially having given you the necessary information, to be part of your contingent to a potential second crime scene.
I would explain this in this way. Sometimes informers give information to the police, and some policemen, even if the information was positive, they will say it was not positive. And in this instance also, when we arrived at Scania, I questioned this. I asked Mr. Mashaba, because Mr. Nku was now parked in the premises. He alluded to me that Nku had a previous experience whereby he gave information to the police, and they even if the information was positive, but they said it was negative.
But in your understanding that he had no business of being there.
Because he was not taking part. He was always seated in his car. And sometimes when we follow information, we'll drive with the informant, as long as the identity of the informant will be concealed.
But there's no concealment here. You go into a potential dangerous situation, which could be actually dangerous for him, who is a civilian. And you have obtained all the necessary information, or was there any other information you required from him?
No, according to his explanation, that was only that.
So when I say he had no business in being there, what's your comment?
I won't fully agree with you, commissioners, because, like I'm saying, it was because of his previous experience. Even though I would say it was at least dangerous for him, but as long as he is not partaking, that for me, it was not going to be a problem.
No, but you didn't know that. You didn't know his past experience. And I'm not sure how is that relevant, though.
But this is the explanation that I got from his handler, Chief Mashaba. And I wouldn't dictate for Mashaba to how he must handle his informant.
So you're deferring to Mr. Mashaba then?
Commissioners?
Are you relying on Mashaba then to say, because he said, because of his previous experience, that Mr. Nku wants to be there to make sure that this operation is a success? you will say it's because of Mr. Mashaba.
That's
That's
correct. I wouldn't have powers to say, Mr. Mashaba, tell your informant, because I suggested, I mean, we spoke about it. If he had problems or if he shared the same sentiment with me, he would have said, maybe advise Mr. Nku not to be part of the operation or not to be nearer to the place.
I suppose the question is, if you were in charge and of making the final decision, would you have had Mr. Nku there?
It's a very dicey question, but I think if the informant, if I was a handler and the informant was having such a concern, as long as he's safe and his identity is concealed, I was not gonna have
but
any
you-
difficulty.
No, I'm not saying put propositions. I'm saying in the situation that you were in, you are not his handler, you're not aware of his previous discomforts. You know, it's a simple question to say, if you were in charge, would you have had him there in your position, no other propositions or possibilities?
I would have done the same,
Have him there.
as long as his concealment, his identity is concealed.
Okay. Let's go to paragraph 11 then.
While in transit, I then started calling other members from different units for assistance, backup, including the following. I called Warrant Officer Chidi from Crime Intelligence Unit in Jamestown, but he told me that he is unable to make it as he was attending a funeral in Limpopo. I then called Brigadier Liwele from DPCI in Jamestown. Unfortunately, his phone was off. I then called Warrant Officer Pukungwane from Alberton CIS. Maybe I must explain this. CIS stands for Crime Investigation Services, which is the detectives. He also could not assist because he said he was not feeling well after taking a COVID-19 vaccine and therefore indisposed. He also indicated he is the one who gave Mr. Mashaba my contacts, as Chief Mashaba called him before calling me for assistance. So maybe to explain this, before Chief Mashaba called me, this is the person that he called first, Warrant Officer Pukungwane of Alberton. That is how, because I didn't even have Mashaba's number, Mashaba didn't even have my numbers. So he got my numbers from Warrant Officer Pukungwane. I then called Warrant Officer Pakula from National Investigation Unit, which is called Nino. Fortunately, he said he was available to assist, but he was still at home preparing himself for work. He requested me to call him again when this information is positive, and we agree on that. I then called my station commander, Lieutenant Colonel Risenga Albert Chauke, to report that I'm following an information with a member from Gauteng Traffic Police about a truck which is alleged to be carrying or transporting drugs to Ireton. He did not express any difficulty with what I was reporting, and he requested me to be update or provide him with a feedback on an opportunity time.
Warrant Officer, none of these people that you have listed, and starting with Maja when you got the call the first time, and here in paragraph 11, none of them is from your Zonkizizwe police station. You've called people outside.
That's correct.
I assume you're not the only member of Zonkizizwe. There are other capable SAPS members there.
To be honest with you, commissioners, at Zonkizizwe at that time, because I left Zonkizizwe at, I think, before 7.
Yes.
Other office members were not available. It's only a sector vehicle. And we operating with only one vehicle for the complaints and CSC duties. Sorry about that.
So, well, my question was going to be, why did you not call anyone from Zonkizizwe when you were making these calls? How come there's no one from your police station that you called and then have them tell you, I'm unavailable, I don't have a car, or they're not answering their phones? You've gone to everybody except anyone from your police station.
Is that because, like since I'm explaining that we only have one vehicle from Zonke which is doing sectors.
Yes.
So that I knew that even if I can call them, they wouldn't go with me because they will focus on doing CSC duties and attending to complaints around.
So at Zonkizizwe, no one goes outside. Are you saying to us all the police at Zonkizizwe police station, they work only inside?
No, detectives can.
Yes, so why did you not call one of them, or 3, 4, 5, whatever number you have, instead of calling people who say, I'm in a funeral in Limpopo, you called that person? How you choose them? You call DPCI, and then you call Pogungwane, who says, I'm not well. And when all of them are unavailable to you, you don't say, let me try one of, or 2 or 3 of my people in Zonkizizwe. You are in a police car, so you could have given them a lift. You could have gone back to fetch them.
Yes,
Because Chief Mashaba has the situation under control. Why did you not call your people?
that didn't cross my mind.
Okay. Thank you.
Were you focusing on any specialities, or were you just calling people at random?
I was calling people that I know that they will have a mandate, or they can work outside.
Were you calling people who have or were specializing in certain fields, or were you calling people at random?
I was calling people who, some of them are doing specializing, like Warrant Officer Chidi is from crime intelligence, so he can follow information. Then Brigadier Luele, DPCI, he's the head of DPCI in Jamestown. So Warrant Officer Pukungwane is from Alberton. And I was calling people that I know they are always available, or that I've worked with them before.
So it was more a question of availability, according to your understanding, and not so much what they specialized in.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Warrant Officer, Magane, just on that score, because you seem to be struggling to get hold of, from Chidi to even Pakula himself, he was not immediately available. Surely you could have just called 10-111 to get manpower. Did you try that?
No, I didn't. To be honest with you, I never thought of calling 10-111.
All right, let's proceed.
You knew or you know about, we've heard there's a SANEB in DPCI. You know anything about it?
I know, that's why I called Brigadier Luele.
Is he in SANEB?
No, he's at serious anti-corruption.
Yes.
But because I didn't have numbers of a SANEP member at DPCI, so I was going to ask him to organize a SANEP. That was the whole idea of calling Brigadier Luele.
Is he the only DPCI person that you
That
know?
I've had
that you
his
know?
number. That I had his number. I called Warrant Officer Pakula from National. Fortunately, he said he was available to assist, but he was still at home preparing himself for work. He requested me to call him again when this information is positive, and we agreed. Okay. We then followed the track until we reached Ayrton, Omnia Industrial Park, where the container was supposed to be delivered at Scania warehouse.
Warrant Officer, just stop there. You are now in Johannesburg.
Right inside Johannesburg.
Yes, because Ayrton is that industrial area next to the FNB Stadium.
That's
It's about
correct.
2
Commissioner.
kilometers from the FNB Stadium. Now you are in Johannesburg jurisdiction. You've got Boyson's police station nearby. You've got Diepkloof, you've got Omonde, you've got Mondio, you've got Central Johannesburg possibly. Even Lenesia. Lenesia is a bit off. Did you call any of those stations to say, we are people from Ekurhuleni, we are now going to be conducting a search operation in your area of jurisdiction. Please give us permission and support. I'll tell you why I'm asking this. We've heard from other witnesses in a different stream who said, because they were from Ekurhuleni, specifically EMPD, when they needed to come and conduct an operation within the Johannesburg area, they reported at the nearest police station to the station commander that we will be conducting an operation in your area. And they signed a book in that station. And that's how they were able to continue to conduct an operation. Now, in this case, you are now in Johannesburg. You are there to search and look for drugs. And you did not contact the police stations that are actually responsible for that area. Let me try and understand whether you contacted them, and if you did not, why you did not contact them.
No, I didn't contacted them
Why did you not contact them?
because already Warrant Officer Pakula, who also has a mandate to handle cases of drugs related and other high profile cases, agreed to say no, he's willing to come and assist.
But you say he was only willing to come and assist if the information was positive.
That's correct.
Meaning you would have had to open the container and establish that the information is positive before you called him.
That's correct.
Now,
Commissioner.
how were you going to open that container and, as the chair asked you earlier, verify that there are indeed drugs in that container? Because that's the only way you can verify that the information is positive and then call Pakula. But my main concern is the mere fact of you opening the container. It means you are conducting a search operation in the Joburg jurisdiction, and you are doing so without notifying the police stations that are responsible for that area.
True, Commissioners.
And you did not even ask for backup. What if there was a shootout or something even more serious?
No, Commissioners, if you follow information that is not violence related, sometimes we take things very easy. When to calls, you tend to even forget that the so-called death. You just tell yourself that whatever happened, because we were not, if this thing was like a robbery or what we'd have called for backup.
But you're following a container that comes from a foreign country and landed at a port in Durban. And according to the information you have, it is carrying drugs. You don't consider that situation to be dangerous?
No.
Don't you think the owners of those drugs, assuming there were drugs in the container, would want to get hold of their drugs and they would do anything to stop you from getting hold of them?
That was possible.
You didn't apply your mind to that at all?
No, I'll be honest with you. That never come to. It never come to that extent.
And this Nissan van you were driving in, I'm sorry to say, doesn't seem like a fast vehicle. It looks like one of those slow tortoise type vehicles that would take you forever to get anywhere.
Commissioners, like I was alluding that when duty calls, sometimes you tend to forget about the dangers that you might face.
I would expect a trained policeman to be alert to those things.
That's correct. That's why we need a refresher course. Because I was at the college in 1998. The other basic things, we tend to forget them and we don't apply them anymore. I agree. It's a very important remark that the commissioner is making.
Also, it was not your area of function. You are a statistics person. It's simply not your area of function.
Commissioners, I would like to explain this. The CIMAC, or my duties as an analyst, doesn't confine me from doing other duties out of that scope. I only get rated for those that are on my those that are my primary duties. But I can still do other things which are out of that.
But from the answers you've given in response to my colleagues, Commissioners Baloyi and Kumalo, it's quite plain that you were at sea. You were lost as to what needed to be done. It's not your area, as I say.
I would agree.
And also, you said you go out of the office when you do the environmental assessments, and that you would then attend to whatever may arise incidentally whilst you happen to be out there doing your assigned duties. Do you remember that?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, do you agree that what you were doing here was not incidental? You left your office upon being called and you went to involve yourself in this operation. It's unlike what you told us earlier, which is being involved in something, if something happens incidentally. This was totally different. Do you agree?
Sorry to interject, sorry.
Do you agree?
I agree, but to explain this further, Commissioner.
I'm happy with the agreement, but you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. My primary duties, it does not confine me from doing other duties which are operational.
You see, we gave you an opportunity, we gave you latitude to explain what more you may do outside of the office, and you explained. And that had nothing to do with something like this, and you've just agreed that this had nothing to do with what you would ordinarily do outside of the office. You have already said so. So you cannot now try to bring this within the fold of what you can do outside of the office. Do you understand me?
I understand you, Commissioner.
Do you agree with me?
I agree.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to add that, in fact, your commander, in his statement, says your duties are office-bound. That's how he describes your duties. That is Chauke that you've referred to.
No, that's incorrect.
So your station commander doesn't understand your duties when he says, and I quote, "As a commander, I was not aware of the operation since the members' duties are office-bound, doing crime information management coordination for the station." That's what he says about your duties.
Like I'm saying, my station commander, I know he wouldn't give a positive statement about me. If I called him, if he was not happy about this, he was supposed to stop me and say, "You're not allowed to do that." Like I've got.
Forget what he was supposed to do. We're not talking about your station commander, what he did do or did not do. I'm following up on your discussion with the chairperson to say what you've agreed with the chairperson, in fact, finds further confirmation from your station commander, who says your duties are office-bound. That's all I was saying.
Can I say something, Commissioner? Like I say, I fully disagree with my station commander.
All right, thank you, Mr. Msikiri.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Magane. Let's proceed. I think we are about to enter the premises of Ayrton. You are at paragraph 12.
Okay,
13.
just Commissioner.
I had
13.
just read 12. Next one is 13.
Paragraph 12.
Move to 13.
At Scania, we found a person who introduced himself as Miss Jolene Wenzel, and that she was working at Scania as a warehouse supervisor, and she also confirmed that the container was carrying their staff from Brazil. Equally so,
Sorry, can I just understand something? The truck, who did it belong to? Was it a Scania truck? Was it a yellow jersey truck?
No, the truck, the container was a load for Scania.
Yes, I know.
Then the truck belongs to Yellow Jersey.
I see. Thank you.
Perhaps to assist there. So, Commissioner, Scania would have two components. They will have the truck department and the logistics where they transport. But in this case, they are the end user in that the truck by Yellow Jersey was carrying their so-called body parts. They call it the caps. Perhaps, Warrant Officer Magane, let's go to...
Sorry, let me just finish my point and then you can clarify. I think what I was seeking to clarify is, so the driver of the truck is in fact employed by Yellow Jersey, not by Scania.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all I needed to clarify. You can continue to clarify what you wanted to clarify.
Yes, perhaps go to paragraph 14 and we'll come back to the point that I wanted to assist you with in terms of the cargo.
Equally so, we introduced ourselves to her and explained the reason for our presence at the premises. We requested Mr. Wenzel and her colleagues to open the container so that we can verify the information. The container was open.
At that point, it's still Mr. Mashaba and you only. I understand the presence of Mr. Nku, but I'm referring to police.
It was still me.
Still
and
just the two of you.
That's correct.
All right.
The container was open.
And except for Mr. Pakula, you haven't called for anybody else at this point who is on their way.
Yes. During my conversation with Mr. Pakula, he said, even though it's not on my statement, he said he'll try to source other members from his unit.
Okay. And Mr. Pakula is based in Pretoria?
Yes, head office.
Okay, thank you.
The container was opened by one of their staff members, and to our surprise, as soon as the doors were open, some black bags started falling from the container and others were trapped at the back of the container. I also found a seal which was inside a white plastic. The said seal had the same serial numbers as the seal that Scania employees has just broken when opening the container. I then inquired from Ms. Wenzel if this is how they receive their staff, but she said this was very strange and unusual.
What did you mean by that? Oh, sorry. What did you mean by that? When you say, when you ask if this is how they receive their staff, what did you mean by that?
I meant there's a seal that matches the one that was used to lock the container. I was trying to ascertain if this does it comes with a spare seal that is inside the container.
So the focus of your question was about the seals, not so much about what was contained in the container.
No. It was also on the drugs also, because I also asked her if this is what they were expecting, the load, the bags that fell down.
Do you want to maybe go to page 35 and then answer Chair's question with reference to the photo? So in the annexures after your statement, there's page 35 and 36.
Please look at that over the tea break and let's resume at 11:25.
Page 35.
Yes. If you can hear it.
I'm saying look at that during the tea break. We'll resume at 11:25.
Okay.
He's asking for the page. Page 35, 35.
Okay.
That's a
thank you,
J.
Commissioner.
Warrant Officer? Or did you have a look at the page to which Commissioner Kumalo referred you to?
Yes, page 25.
Yes.
Yes, before you can answer, with your permission, Chair, Warrant Officer Magane, you did testify, and can you confirm that when you went to Ereton, you went there driving a black Nissan Baki? I think it's NPD 300. Yes, all right. Can we then, I've asked for the photos to be flighted out. Can you just flight the photos? It's on page 35.
Yes, Commissioners.
Yes, can you explain to the commissioners what is there?
Commissioners, this photo here depicts, actually it shows the black bags that were stashed at the back of the container, and with the white, this white thing like a door, it's actually an incomplete assembled body part of a truck. And these bags, as you can see, they are just next to the wall. I mean, next to the doors of the container.
Warrant Officer, let's maybe do this. Scania is a trucking company.
That's correct.
They are trucks. So this is a door panel. It's a part of a truck. It's a door panel of a truck.
No, it's not. It's you see, you get this truck cab.
Yes.
The whole the complete structure.
Yes.
So it's a complete structure, but without wheels and engine. But the doors, the doors are there. It's only the windscreen and the axle. It still needs to be assembled.
So it's the front part of the truck.
It's the front part. That's correct,
Yes.
Commissioners.
And what we are looking at there, maybe if we go back to page 9.
Is this a container? I mean, I see the lights, there seems to be lights. Is this inside?
Yes, it's inside the container.
Yeah. So I think page 9 is the one that shows clearly what Commissioner Baloyi is asking. Are we able to flight page 9?
That's correct,
So
Commissioner.
the container is still in the back of the truck. It has not been offloaded from the truck.
No, it's still at the container is still attached to the truck.
Yes.
That's correct.
So what we are looking at there on page 9 is the bottom part of the truck with the container on top of it.
That's correct,
But the
Commissioner.
container is already open.
It's opened.
Yes.
And Warrant Officer Magane, just on that score, who took these particular pictures?
These pictures were taken by myself.
By yourself, okay.
Yes.
And it is at this stage when you say when you opened the doors to the trailer to the truck, that's when the bags fell off.
That's when the bags fell off.
Yes, I think it's page 9 and 10.
That's correct.
Yes. And then can you then pick it up because you are on paragraph 15, and the question that I wanted to ask you, it's about the emphasis on the where you say that the said seal had the same serial numbers as the seal the Scania employees had, just broken when opening the container. What is the relevance of that, Warrant Officer? Page 6.
Page 6, paragraph 15.
Yes. So now we're back to your statement.
The container was opened by one of the staff members, and to our surprise, as soon as the doors were open, some black bags started falling from the container, and the others were trapped at the back of the container. I also found a seal which was inside the white plastic. The said seal had the same serial numbers as the Scania employees had just broken when opening. I then inquired from Mr. Wenzel if this is how they received their stuff, but she said this was very strange and unusual.
Yes, can you tell us the relevance of this seal that you mentioned, that it had the same serial number to the one that was cut off to open the doors? What is the relevance of that?
Because, this was making actually, I was asking myself if this seal will be inside and the other one it's locked. So that's why I asked Ms. Wenzel, as when their stuff is delivered, do they also get a space seal? I don't know if I'm answering you correctly.
So you yourself had no idea what this was about? You yourself had no idea what this was about?
The seal, I had no idea.
All right.
It just happened to catch your attention, as it were.
That's correct.
Okay. We'll come back to the seal.
And is it because you didn't know what it was about, and that must be because you've never done a drug bust before?
That also added to my confusion.
Okay. I think we will have a later discussion with you, and you'll realize that is the only explanation why you didn't know the significance of this seal. It's because you've never done a drug bust.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, just for completeness, Warrant Officer, go to, so there's a file that you should have 3 files now. There's one that says file 1. It will say exhibit file. So it's one of the thicker files.
This one.
Yes, just if you turn it on the spine, just check it should say exhibit 1. Just a second. Can you go to page 101?
Before you do that, while they're still trying to get you to page 101, since this operation, have you learned anything about the significance of another seal that is in the container, which has exactly the same number as the one that you say was at the door? Have you inquired and learned anything about it?
No, Commissioner, you say since after this operation.
Yeah, we know that at the time of the operation you didn't know anything about the significance of there being another seal in the car, in the cargo, or in the container. You didn't know anything about it. That's why you asked Ms. Wenzel.
That's correct, Ms.
Okay? So I'm asking you, since after this operation, have you learned anything about the significance or the meaning of there being a seal, another seal in the container which has the same number as the seal at the door?
That's correct, Commissioners. As I'm always following this commission.
Okay.
And there were witnesses that were called to this before this commission. And when they testified, I was listening and following it. This space seal, it's meant to it's actually is supposed to be used when or criminals or whoever intercept the drugs along the way, then so that when it's they broke it open, they can use the space seal so that the end user cannot suspect that there was some the original seal was cut open along the way before it reaches.
Okay,
The-
so
it's
you've learned that through the process of the
I
commission.
only learned from this commission.
Thank you.
Thank you then. Warrant Officer Magane, then go to page 101. Are you there?
It's triple one. Yeah? I don't know if I'm at there. Maybe if you can just help me. Yes, I'm there.
Yes, can you assist the commission, or what is depicted on that picture?
The top picture depicts depicts the seal that was cut open, and the other one is the one that was found inside the container. I
Other
would
one
say-
being,
I would say the space seal.
there's photo 153 and there's photo 154.
Commissioner, I'm referring to 153, the top one.
Both 153.
Yes, 153, and because I think,
Or rather, both seals are on 153.
Yes,
you
yeah,
say.
Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes, you were explaining, Warrant Officer?
I'm saying this seal, the top one, is the one that was cut it was cut before the container was opened. The down one, the one beneath is the one that was found inside the container, the unused one.
Okay, and then you saw this seal as you described at paragraph 15. What did you do with it?
Firstly, I called Jolene, the warehouse manager, and showed her the seal, that this seal, like I was explaining that, I asked her if this is how, and I was also including the black bags, that this is how you receive your stuff. Then she was also confused as where this thing coming from. She didn't have any idea about the space seal that was found inside the container.
Okay, we'll come back again to the seal. Can we then proceed with your conversation with Ms. Wenzel? So you go back to the first file. You've just asked Ms. Wenzel if this is how they receive their stuff, but she said this was very strange and unusual.
That's correct?
Can you pick it up from there then?
We are at paragraph 15.
I
16.
took out my phone. I took
out my phone and took photos and also sent to my station commander, Colonel Risinga, informing him that the operation was a success. We had to use...
Sorry, before this and before you opened the truck, when you got there and the container is closed and sealed, did you take any pictures so that you have evidence that shows that you found the truck locked with a seal? Did you
No,
take any pictures?
I didn't do that there.
Why did you not do that as an experienced police officer who understands the chain of evidence?
No, actually, I was interested, or I was more concerned in what is inside the container.
Yes, we understand that.
Yes.
Quite obviously, you were more interested in what was inside.
That's correct.
But you arrive there, you want to see what is inside, but it is locked. Why did you not take a picture to show so that you have evidence that shows that when you got there, you found this container locked with a serial number, and here's evidence of it before we open it. Why did you not do that?
I would say, Commissioners, that was an oversight from me.
Okay. Thank you.
This warrant officer, are you familiar with the National Instruction on Crime Scene Management, Instruction 1 of 2015?
That's correct.
Were you familiar with it at the time when you went to Eroton?
I was, even though some of the aspects where I was no longer, I couldn't remember everything, but all what I know that a crime scene must be preserved and all the exhibits must be kept safe.
Yes, it follows up on Commissioner Baloy's question that you have now contaminated the crime scene by instructing people to open the truck and things fall out, and you're looking at the seals and things are then being taken out. But in all of that, you do not follow what the national instruction requires that a person must do. And I think it's a function of you simply not being familiar with what happens at crime scenes. When you come across a scene like that, what are you supposed to do? It's not just a simple matter of cordoning it off. It's also preserving the scene so that if it has to be used as evidence in future criminal proceedings, people need to know, what did the truck look like before? What did the container look like before it was opened? Who opened it? What happened after it was opened? What did you do after it was opened? And all of that evidently was not followed in this case.
Commissioners, I'm not disputing that, but I took a few photos. I took few photos to have the originality of the scene, the original scene, so to say, how it looked like. The only omission that I think I made is not by taking a photo of the original seal.
Yes,
because
and that's Commissioner Baloy's point.
I agree with that.
The scene is contaminated. Simply by doing that, it means there's a problem.
I fully agree.
Thank you.
And in fact, the more serious proposition I'm making to you is that happened because you have absolutely no experience in drug busts, and you're in fact ignorant of the national instruction on handling crime scenes. It happened because of that. Otherwise, you would be, if that's not the reason, then you were being deliberate in compromising the crime scene. So I'm giving you propositions that, one, you were either deliberately compromising the crime scene by contaminating it from the get-go, or you were ignorant about handling a crime scene such as this, because you have absolutely no experience in drug busts, it's not part of your job, and you are ignorant of the national instruction on how to handle a crime scene. Which one is it?
I'll take the second one, that maybe I wouldn't be comfortable to say ignorant, but all what happened, it was not through intention of contaminating the scene. But then I thought I'm trying to preserve the scene at the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, then,
Let me ask another question. Now that the truck is open, and I mean, it's open and the container is open, and these things fall out, why did you not wait for the other components that are relevant to this. You didn't wait for K9 to come and check before you do anything. You didn't wait for, you say, DPCI. You didn't wait for anybody. It's just the two of you, one SAPS member and one traffic officer. Why did you not wait for the relevant components, as you referred to them, to come to the scene before you do anything else?
Commissioner, my explanation will be that we further wanted, because there were other bags that were stacked inside. So we thought it will be relevant to take all the drugs, or I mean the bags, sorry to say the drugs, to take all the bags and keep them at one place.
Yes, my question is, why did you think that? Why did you not wait for the other components before you do that? Yes, that was going to have to happen eventually. But why just the two of you, one SAPS member, who it's not his everyday job to do this. We can see already you have compromised the scene, but you admit it's not your everyday job. You have one traffic officer. You've now opened the container. Bags have fallen out. You think there might be something else to look at. Why did you not wait for the other components? There was nothing urgent at that point.
I agree, Commissioner.
Okay.
Do you know who LCRC is?
That's correct. I know LCRC.
Please indulge me.
It's a local criminal record center.
Yes, and we've had evidence that whenever there are scenes like this, it is their responsibility to come to the scene and take photographs. Do you
That's
agree
correct.
with that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So why did you not call them to come and take photographs before you started removing these bags from the container?
Commissioners, I did call them, but it was after all the bags were taken from the container.
So after you and your team had put your fingerprints all over?
That's correct.
Scania employees had put their fingerprints
They
all
also,
over this stuff.
we also requested them to help us to load the bags.
And I noticed that throughout that process, this 7 Series BMW without number plates is right there on the scene.
That 7 Series BMW belongs.
Without number plates. Can you just confirm that it did not have number plates?
It did not have number plate, but it had a valid
A permit?
a permit.
Yes,
Yes, it had a valid permit.
yes. But as we all know, the permit is in the back window of the vehicle. And if the windows are tinted, you would have to be really smart to read the handwritten registration numbers in that permit, wouldn't you?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you allowed that vehicle to be near the scene of a drug bust, and as a policeman, you didn't have difficulty with that?
Because I knew who the vehicle belongs to, Commissioners, to be quite honest with you, and the occupant of that BMW was not even taking part.
You had just met the person that morning. You didn't know who it was. If I asked you what is his address, you wouldn't be able to tell me.
That's correct. But
Because you had just met him that very morning. And you said it was Mashaba's informant.
that's correct, Commissioner.
Now you go to a crime scene, a drug bust, a major drug bust, with somebody who's driving a BMW 7 Series, and it has no number plates, and it parks right next to the very container that is being searched, and things are being pulled out of the container. Isn't that problematic?
Commissioner, I'm not trying to be defensive, but the car that the Commissioner is referring to, it was not, it was parked, but inside the vicinity, but it was not closer to the scene of crime. It was about 300 meters from the scene.
No, but it's inside the Scania. I happen to know where the Scania premises in Aeroton are. It's right inside. Can we just look at page 28 or 30 of the exhibits bundle?
Page
28, can we just fly to that photo of the exhibit? The big one. The big one. It's exhibit 5, Boysons.
Perhaps, are you there?
I've got it there, Commissioners.
This is the 7 Series vehicle that accompanied you. And if you look, it's inside the premises.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And it is near the scene of this major drug bust. And for all that the Scania people know, this vehicle is there with you because it's accompanying you and Mashaba. Now, in terms of crime scene management, isn't that in itself a problem? Because in your response to Commissioner Baloy, you said one of your duties was to cordon off the scene. But if you are allowing this vehicle to be so close to the place of the drug bust, I mean, that in itself is a problem because bags can easily be taken and be put in the back of this vehicle. Do you see that?
Can I respond there, Commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner, like I've alluded, this car, this BMW was about 300 meters. I agree it was in the same vicinity. But there was no intention of, it was not going to be possible for any bag or whatsoever to be taken from the scene and be put inside that BMW.
Warrant Officer, 300 meters is the size of 2 soccer pitches. This is not 300 meters away. If you, from where I'm sitting to the end of this auditorium, that's not even 100 meters. And this BMW does not seem, looking at these photos, to be further than this distance.
No, I can honestly, Commissioner, I was at the scene. It was the space or the distance that was between the scene and the BMW. I'm not trying to shy away from the truth. Whatever happened, if I must say the truth, I'll do that. It was not even closer. And to be honest, Commissioners, there was no way that one would have carried a bag, take it to that, in the presence of all the people who were there, the security guards and everyone.
Fine. Can we go to 22 quickly, then I will leave it there, just to identify the goal. Maybe page 20 gives us a better picture, but we can also get it on page 22. Can we go to 20 instead? Sorry about that, Advocate Paul.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. So the Golf that you say Mashaba, Chief Mashaba was driving, is the one that we see in photo 4.
That's correct.
That's the silver GTI, and then right next to it is the BMW X5.
740.
So sorry, 7 Series.
7 Series.
It's a 7 Series. I apologize. And then if you look at photo 3, I think you said the Volvo truck that you escorted from Rodekop to Aeroton was yellow in color, so it can be that one that we see in photo 3.
No, the one that we escorted was already parked next to Scania loading bay.
Yes.
These are two different companies.
All right. Is it the one on page 37? Can we just identify it quickly?
Commissioner, before you go there, perhaps just scroll up to 19, to photo 19. Page 19.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I'm there, Commissioner.
No, I was trying to assist with the proximity of the yellow truck on your questioning.
Can you see the yellow truck in photo 19?
That's correct, I can see it, Commissioner.
Now, do you still insist that the distance from the BMW to the yellow truck is 300 meters?
Commissioner, I'm not sure, but it was not closer to the yellow. It was far away.
Warrant Officer, you seemed sure earlier. Why are you suddenly not sure?
No, I'm sure, Commissioner, even though I'm saying maybe I might not be right with the meters,
Yeah.
but it was not like this hall, this auditorium. No, this one is small.
Yeah. Yes, that's because it's not even 100 meters, this one. I'm saying, looking at these photos, that cannot be 300 meters.
Can you maybe suggest 150 meters? If not 300, Commissioner.
So you give me half like Sergeant Nkosi, and you take that.
No. Commissioners, me and Nkosi, please. Please.
Warrant Officer, I'm sorry. I just want to get an idea of what you and Mashaba thought you were doing. He's a traffic officer. I don't expect him to be skilled in handling drug busts. Your functions are mainly office-bound. Yes, you do say from time to time you do go out, but doing anything regarding crime scenes is incidental. So both of you know nothing at all with handling drug busts. What on earth did you think you were doing when you started searching that truck, removing whatever it is you removed and loaded it onto your bucket? What did you think you were doing?
With all honesty, Commissioners, the sole intention was to verify the information, have a success operation. Even though both of us were not having any experience in handling the drug bust, but relevant functionaries were sourced to come and assist.
Is this verify information whether there were indeed drugs in the container? Is that what you are referring to when you say the purpose was to verify the information?
If it's positive, exactly.
Is that all that a crime scene is about?
No, like Commissioners, like I alluded earlier, that I tried my level best to preserve and make sure that the scene is not contaminated until a warrant officer and other members arrive.
That's a serious problem. That's a serious problem because Commissioner Baloyi said by opening that container, you are already tampering with the scene, and you agreed.
For that, I take a punch.
Yes. And then again, I'm not sure whether it was Commissioner Kumalo, you got everybody to handle what was inside, or at least what you were interested in. The bags that fell to the ground and others that remained stuck wherever it is they were stuck. You got a whole lot of people, including yourselves, to handle those. So that's a second stage of tampering with the crime scene. So I don't understand your statement when you say that you tried to preserve the crime scene. What are you talking about?
Commissioner, here I'm trying to, actually, I'm talking about the exhibit. That because they were not even tampered with. They were still in its original shape.
They are tampered with if a whole lot of people handle them with their bare hands. A number of people, you, the traffic officer, Mashaba, Scania employees, all of you handle all of those bags with your bare hands. That's serious tampering.
I agree to that, Commissioner.
So what are you talking about when you say you preserved, and add to that the very initial stage of opening, breaking the seal? That's the first stage of tampering. What are you talking about when you say you preserved the seal? I'll repeat the question.
Commissioners, maybe I'm talking about making sure that the exhibit are not stolen.
You were clueless, and you knew that you were clueless.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Mashaba was clueless, and you must have known that he too was clueless. Correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
What on earth were you doing handling any of the objects there, the container and the contents? What on earth were you doing?
Commissioner, we were innocently trying to process this.
Now, having tampered with the scene in the manner in which you did, what did you expect you say you called the LCRC later when the bags were already in your van, I assume, your buggy?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. What did you still expect the LCRC to do after tampered with the scene in the manner in which you did? Let's just go to, is it page 14?
It's in file 1 in
Yes.
the annexures.
Page 14.
The statement file.
Mine ends at page
May it be flighted.
13.
Under the tab item 4.
Or you may look at the screen. So when you called the LCRC, they were already like that,
That's correct.
heaped like that onto the back of your buggy, having been handled by many people with bare hands.
That's correct, Commissioner. I can confirm.
So my question is, what did you expect the LCRC to still do after all this serious tampering?
Actually, we called the LCRC to come and take photos and when we count, because that is the procedure.
So all they would have been involved in was in counting and not doing what they ought to have done right at the beginning, before your tampering.
We didn't anticipate that, Commissioner.
Because you were clueless.
I will take the punch.
Now, at paragraph 16 of your statement, page 6, you say that I took out my phone and took photos and also sent to my station commander, Lieutenant Colonel Risenga Albert Chauke, informing him that the operation was a success. You've read that already. You want to see it? Have you found it?
No, I was trying to
Please find
search
it.
for page 16. I was trying to search for this.
6, not 16. Paragraph 6, paragraph 1(6).
Yes, I'm there,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
you remember reading this, but there's that part, and that's my interest. And you say you informed your commander that the operation was a success. What did you mean by that?
I was referring to that the information that we're following about those trucks the drugs were found inside the container. That is what
Had you seen any drugs?
No, by the bags. I assumed that these bags contained the drugs.
But you had not actually seen any drugs?
Not, isn't it when I called him,
Yes.
I informed him that we were following an information
Yes,
about
yes. I'm
drugs.
asking, but you had not seen any drugs when you said the operation was a success?
Yes, I was referring to the black bags.
All right, all right. Of course, we know that. Let me leave it there. Thank you very much, Warrant Officer.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, just to maybe wrap up the point at paragraph 16, what the chair referred you to, please go to page 13, 1-3 of the same file.
In the statement or the exhibit?
In the same statement file,
And I'm saying
Page
13.
13, yes.
Of what? Of the exhibits or of the statement? There's a 13 in the statement.
Of the exhibits on the the exhibits.
I'm there, Commissioners.
Yes, so this is, perhaps you explain in your own words what is depicted there on that page.
The picture on this page depicts the black buggy that I was driving with black bags.
Okay, let's start here. Is this the screenshot that you took from your phone demonstrating a WhatsApp message between you and your commander, Chauke?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes, and then on that WhatsApp screen, you see a buggy. And then can you continue what's there, what's written there?
It's too much. How much is it? How much is too much? How much is the estimated value? We're still waiting for the people from drug unit. They will advise us.
So what is happening there, you see you send him this message. You say, according to your statement, this is a success. And then he asks you, what is the estimated value?
That's correct.
And you say to him, you're still waiting for people from drug unit, they will advise you. What is the relevance of you discussing the value of whatever that it is there? Because we don't even know for a fact at that time.
This question was coming from the station commander. I think out of curiosity or interest, so to say, he is the one who was asking, hence my answer to that was, we're still waiting for the people from drug unit, they'll advise us.
Would you say that's a relevant question at that stage?
From the station commander?
Between the sender of the message is the station commander, Chauke, yes.
I think I wouldn't answer for him, but for me, there was nothing sinister.
Okay. All right, let's go to paragraph 17 then of your statement. It's on page 6.
Oh.
Page 6. So this,
Maybe before you do paragraph 7, just to confirm a small detail, can we confirm that when still to do with your removing of the drugs onto the van, that when all of you that carried those bags did not have any gloves on?
Definitely, yes, Commissioners.
None of you had
None of
gloves
us.
on. Okay. So you would have left your DNA onto the plastic bags
Most possibly.
and fingerprints onto the bags.
DNA fingerprints.
And you accept that in the process you would have destroyed any, or in fact, what do you call it? reduce the quality of any DNA and fingerprints that may have been on those plastic bags originally,
That's correct.
and so made it difficult for LCRC later on to conduct a proper job of lifting fingerprints and DNA from those bags, because now it's contaminated with yours. You accept that?
I accept that, but can I also say something?
Yes, you can.
Commissioners, you know, according to my information that I've got, one cannot lift fingerprints from a plastic. You can easily lift a fingerprint from a metal,
Do you know, as a matter of fact, that we've heard from evidence here that the LCRC attends these scenes and one of their functions is to try and lift fingerprints and DNA from these coverings and from the bags? Do you know that?
No, I don't know.
Okay, that's what the evidence has been from people who are involved with drug busts. Now you know.
I know, Commissioner.
All right.
Maybe, Commissioner, if I come across such a scene, I'll be able to do my best.
I'm hoping that when you come across such a scene or information, you will know to call the right people. You will not get involved with it.
Definitely, Commissioners, that is a learning curve.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, let's continue on paragraph 17 of your statement. Perhaps while you're looking for it, can you fly?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes. Can you fly it for us from the exhibit bundle? That will be the stain bundle that was used yesterday. Page 4. Page 4, stains bundle. So it was the one, Commissioner, that was used by Stain yesterday. Are you there?
I'm there, Commissioners.
Yes, just to wrap up the point of the discussion you're having with Commissioner Baloyi, I think the person there appearing there is Colonel Wood, but that's what I want to direct you to. There's a person there wearing a red jacket. Can you see the person?
Yes, I can see, Commissioners.
And you can see the person is wearing the gloves.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you can see the bags that we're discussing in front of her.
That's correct, Commissioners. I can confirm.
Yes. Then I put it to you that your proposition that there was no need for you to wear gloves is unsustainable, because the very same expert, as you can see there, is wearing gloves for a purpose. You accept that?
I accept that.
Okay. Let's then go back to...
I'm sorry, did you get the witness to identify who the person is? I'm sorry, I may have missed that.
No. The face is cut half.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's Colonel Wood, but the witness wouldn't know.
Okay.
But the point was to deal with the issue of the gloves.
Okay.
That was being discussed with Commissioner Baloyi. Warrant Officer, let's go to, we've been stuck at paragraph 17, page 6.
Of my statement.
So go back to your statement. Yeah.
Must I take
Your
this one?
statement file. Yeah, put that one away.
You say, paragraph 17.
17.
Oh,
We had
yeah.
to use a forklift.
We had to use a forklift to take out the truck caps, which were also loaded inside the container. Chief Mashaba and I realized that it was going to be impossible for the forklift to unload the truck on the loading bay, while there were bags already on the ground, stuck near the wheels of the trailer. As a result, we instructed Scania staff to load the bags at the back of my service park, while we were waiting for other members and so that the truck can reverse close to the loading bay.
At this point, you're just waiting for Pakula, right? Because that's who you've spoken to.
Yes, and he confirmed.
No,
Actually,
I know you say he said he'll tell other people.
That's
but
correct.
You haven't called anyone else at this
no,
point.
it was
You're waiting for Pakula.
That's correct.
Who works in Pretoria.
National Office Nino.
Yes.
That's correct. Ms. Wenzel confirmed that they were expecting a truck caps from Brazil, but denied any knowledge of the black bags, which were suspected to be carrying drugs. We also interviewed the driver, Mr. Brighton Vusimtembu, and he also denied any knowledge about those bags. It was 23 large bags of suspected cocaine. We then placed the driver of the truck, the warehouse supervisor, Ms. Wenzel, and the warehouse receiver, Mr. Cornelius, under arrest for dealing in drugs possession.
At this stage,
Now-
you did not even know that it was drugs. For all you knew, it could have been blankets in those bags. Why did you place him under arrest for dealing with drugs or being in possession of drugs? You don't even say suspected. You say, we placed the driver of the truck under arrest for dealing in drugs / possession of drugs. But you didn't know that it was drugs in those bags at that stage,
Commissioners,
unless you were sure that it was drugs.
Commissioners, can I take you back to the same paragraph where it says it was 23 large bags of suspected cocaine?
I get that part.
Okay,
Now, you've got bags and you suspect that they are cocaine, but you take it a step further. You say you arrest him for dealing in drugs, not even possession. You arrest him for dealing in drugs / possession of drugs.
That it's an alternative charge, possession of drugs.
Yes, but I'm saying at this stage, you don't even know that it's drugs in there. You still have a suspicion, but you don't even know. But you're already arresting people for being in possession of something you don't know.
At this stage, I would say, based on our suspicion, which were later confirmed.
No, forget about what was confirmed later. You're already effecting an arrest. You're saying here you place the people under arrest for being in possession of drugs and for dealing in drugs. I mean, for you to arrest somebody for being in possession of drugs, you must know that they are drugs.
I agree, Commissioner.
And here you say the bags had not even been opened. So for all you know, it could have been blankets in those bags.
Or some other powder. May have been any powder or even a brick in there. So you haven't opened the bags. All you have is the informer, who's not even your informer, who's Mr. Mashaba's informer, but you, SAPS, not Mr. Mashaba, you are the one that effects an arrest based on suspicion of matter that you haven't even had a look at. All you have is black bags. Explain how that makes sense and how that fits in with proper police procedures.
Commissioners, I wouldn't say this was premature, but to bring more sense in this, I would say, because according to the information that was given by the informer, everything is confirmed.
Not everything is confirmed. It's black bags. They mean nothing to me. Even as you're sitting there saying to me, there are drugs in there, I will ask you, did you open and look? Which you didn't ask your informer. You haven't told us that you asked your informer, the informer, did you see what's inside? You tell us you didn't open the bags. So we know as you sit there that all you have in front of you is bags.
That's
and
correct,
your
Commissioner.
informer has said there will be drugs in that truck. So the question that Commissioner Kumalo is asking you is, are you a seasoned policeman? How do you arrest people on the basis of what you haven't seen and confirmed for yourself, that this is indeed drugs? That's what you're being asked. How do you do that?
My answer to that, Commissioner, would say it was premature.
Unless you already knew that there were drugs in this container, and that was your reason for going there. Yeah.
Commissioner, I don't want to come defensive. I take that other branch.
The premature one.
I take this one that maybe the arrest was premature.
Not that you knew that in the container and in the bags it was cocaine, and you knew that in advance.
Because yes, it was just drugs.
Okay, let me test this. Why did you not open one bag and satisfy yourself that, yes, the information from the whistleblower or the source is correct? I've opened this. I've opened one of the bags. I can actually see that it is white powder. I have not tested it, but based on what I know, it might be drugs. Why didn't you at least open to check? And I'm not suggesting that you should have opened it. I'm just testing.
At that stage, Commissioner, I think it was still too early. And I personally will think that we will be tampering with the evidence. And moreover, we don't have any experience.
And just remind us last time, you may have said it already, so I apologize for asking again. What was your reason for loading these bags in your van, which does not have a canopy? And the reason I'm asking you this is you saw later on when the LCRC people arrived, the bags were put on the ground in the pavement and photos were taken of the bags. I'm trying to understand why you did not pack these bags on the pavement so that you wait for LCRC or other people to arrive and attend to them. Why did you see the need to load them in the back of your van?
Commissioner, I think at this stage, when the bags were loaded at the back of the park, it was only me and Mashaba at the scene. And
Yes, what was the reason for that? Why did you not pack them on the ground?
I'm trying to get the Commissioner. Being that the case, the scene, it was now getting more chaotic. So for us to safeguard, because if the scene, I mean, if the bags were loaded at the back of, we could easily see if someone will go in, maybe try and grab one. That was the main idea. That's correct, Commissioner.
Did you keep a record as you were loading them in the back of your buggy?
Yes, Commissioner, on that day in question, I had my diary with me.
Yes.
Because I just visited the station. So what happened is that I was even taking notes of everything that was happening there. like the registration of the cars and everything. This was also even the serial number of the seal. So when we were arrested, what happened is my diary was inside the car, and it was inside the car. So after our arrest, the bike was taken to Poison's station for safekeeping. So late after 2 weeks when we were released, when we got bail, the diary was nowhere to be found.
So the diary is missing.
It was missing. I thought maybe it will be in the 13th, but it was not there.
Okay, thank
That
you.
is a fair answer, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We established earlier that the truck belongs to Scania and the driver is employed by Scania. You have removed the truck, no, by Yellow Jersey, the truck and the driver. You have removed the truck from Yellow Jersey. Why are you arresting the driver now? Remember, he came with a container which has a seal to it. It's not an open container. It has a seal. Why are you arresting him?
Commissioner, the trucks were transported from Durban to Aeroton or Yellow Jersey by the driver.
Do you know anything about the sealing of the container from its original source, where it came from Brazil, how that works up to it gets to the harbor, and from the harbor to the depot, from the depot it's now on its way to Gauteng. That seal there, do you know whether it was broken by the driver along the way or that it was actually as it came from Brazil? Did you know anything about it? Did you ask any questions?
No, I will be lying.
So you arrest the driver even though the container has an original seal, presumably from the original point of departure in Brazil. You arrest the driver even though he didn't put in these drugs in the truck.
By the virtue of him being the driver from Durban, we arrested him based on that.
You arrested him for driving the drugs?
For transporting the trucks.
Yes, driving the drugs.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Warrant Officer Magane, you came here to testify and assist the Commission to the best of your, at least, recollection of what transpired. What I really need is for you to be very pointed on some of the issues. More often you refer to the royal we, and you are here to testify for yourself. There come a point whether you did it or Mr. Mashaba or Chief Mashaba did it. So it can't be both. You can't be singing in unison at all times.
I hear you, Commissioner.
Yes. Now let's start at paragraph 18. When you say, so on page 7, paragraph 18, where you say, we also interviewed the driver. Is it you or is it Chief Mashaba?
Both of us.
That can be. How's that possible?
I mean, if you asking a question, I'm also here, and so it will be you asking a question. When you answer, then I also pose my question.
Then the very same sentence, well, the very next sentence, you say, we placed the driver of the truck.
No, this one, it was, the arrest part was done by Chief Mashaba.
Mashaba.
Yes.
Okay. Please, the next time we see the word we, and where it's possible, let's try to identify whether it's you or Mashaba as we move on, please. No, that's fine. For now, I'll take that. Let's move on to paragraph 19. I'm just saying, keep in mind when you see the word we, try to identify who said what, who did what.
Point
when you
taken,
can.
Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Let's go then to paragraph 18, while busy at the scene.
While busy at the scene and waiting for other SAPS members to arrive, 2 members from Poisons Vispol, Sergeant Doe and Constable Mkwambiri, arrived in a marked police buggy and told us that they have received a call from 10-111 about people who were impersonating to be police officers.
Right, just to be clear, while waiting for other SAPS members, you're still referring to Pakula.
That's correct.
And whoever you're hoping he has called.
Yes.
Because you haven't called anyone else.
No, it was still Pakula.
Thank you.
We then identified ourselves and explained the reason for our presence at that premises, and even showed them the bags that were recovered. We also showed them the arrested suspect, and they understood and even gave feedback to 10-111 via radio control. Though immediately after, we had a bit of an argument with them, because without even asking how they can assist, they asked us where we are going to book the suspect and the exhibit. I told them that we were likely to go book the suspect and exhibit in Alberton area because the scene started in that area. But we were still waiting for relevant role players to come and decide.
What do you mean the scene started in that area?
I was referring to the fact that where we first went in Rodicop before we came to Ireton.
So you're being in Rodicop, you're saying that's what determines, that's where the scene started, your physical presence. Is that what it means, that the scene started there?
I would say that, but technically so, commissioners. It brought some discomfort to us that members will come from Norway. We understand they got a complaint from 10-111. Upon arrival, they are now asking about the place where the exhibit will be booked and the suspect. I didn't meant that those things, I was just pulling their legs.
So you were lying to them?
Not lying necessarily.
No, it is.
Testing their...
You were being untruthful to them. If now you say you were just pulling their leg, you were not telling them the truth when you said to them, we are going to book this in Alberton. You've just said it wasn't the truth as you said it.
No, not in the context of telling lies.
It wasn't the truth.
I would say so, but Commissioner,
So what was the plan with these drugs? Where were you going to take them? Now we've established that it wasn't true that you were planning to take it to Alberton. Where were you planning to take these drugs?
These drugs were going to be booked at Poisons, and the suspect were going to be booked at Poisons.
Okay. So when you say that we are still waiting for relevant role players to come and decide, what were you conveying? Because this is your statement.
This is my statement, I agree.
So what were you conveying when you said we're still waiting for the role players to come and decide? If you've already decided they will go to Poison.
No. This was just additional to. But the fact of the matter was that, and even even procedurally dictates that because the drugs were found in Ireton, that is where the suspect and the exhibit must be booked.
So these police officers would have known that. So you were not pulling their legs in any meaningful way, because you say procedurally. That's how it's supposed to happen. So these police officers, you would not have any reason to argue with them, because you say, we started arguing about after they asked that. And I'm saying, well, they knew, you say, they knew, because procedurally, that's what happens. So they wouldn't have asked the question if they knew that these would have to be booked in Boysons. In fact, they would have told you, these must go to Boysons.
That is why I'm saying.
Which makes me ask the question, when you answered the way you did, when you took these drugs and put them on the van, because they are on your van, and there's just you and Mashaba there, what was the plan? Boysons is not yet there, these police officers. They arrive, they ask questions, you say, well, the crime scene started there. And I asked you, why Alberton? You said, because that's the original crime scene. That's where it started. That's why Alberton. So I accept that explanation on face value. That's where the scene started. So yeah, on your reasoning, you would have gone to Alberton.
But rightfully, it was the drugs were not going to, the drugs, including the suspect, we were not going to book them in Alberton. And because another thing, commissioners, it was very strange. Sergeant Ndo, it's a sergeant. Why was he asking?
No, forget Ndo and why he's asking. Let's talk about you.
That's correct.
You did not report yourselves to Boyson Police Station. Commissioner Kumalo asked you the question earlier that we've had other evidence where people who are operating outside of their jurisdiction, they go and report. We were told that's what you do. You did not do that. Boysons doesn't know you're around. Boyson doesn't know that you've got this amount of drugs. You haven't called Boyson to ask them, do you have space for this? But you say to us, well, they are on your truck. You had already decided they will go to Boyson. Make that make sense.
Commissioner, the answer that I'm giving to the commissioners is exactly what was going to happen. The drugs and the exhibit were going to be booked at Boyson. And Commissioner, just to take one step back, I'm trying to answer to the question, the previous question that was raised, that why I didn't phone 10-111. You know, as chaotic as the scene unfolded, it was because of this thing was sent to the radio control. That's why more police started flocking in.
The question asked about 10-111 was long before the chaos happened. You were asked the question, you have an informer, according to Mashaba, who says there are drugs there. You go there. You go to Yellow Jersey. It's just the two of you and your informer. And then you proceed from there. You go to Scania, and it's you, Mashaba, and your informer and the security from Scania, and the employee, from Yellow Jersey, the security man, and then you've got Scania people, Wenzel and somebody. So there's no chaos at that point. The question was asked in that context, that when you arrived there, why did you, as you are calling all of these other people on your way, and when you arrive there, you're calling all of these people to come and help you, and many of them are not available, why did you not call 10-111? The answer can't be because of chaos, because at that point there is no chaos. Nothing has happened yet.
I agree.
You haven't even opened the container. The drugs haven't yet fallen out. There's nobody else. So it's a different conversation altogether. So it has nothing to do with this.
I agree.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I just understand this? Was it your intention to transport these bags either to Boyson's police station or Alberton in this bakkie of yours without a canopy uncovered? How did you plan to move those bags from Erroton to wherever you were going to book them?
Commissioner, I would definitely wouldn't have risked to to transport these trucks without proper escort and without like in an open park like this.
But you hadn't called any escort.
No,
You had only called Pakula, and if he hadn't arrived, what would you have done?
No, Commissioner, the scene was still far from over. We were not going to leave until the scene was properly handled and everything processed at the scene. It was still very early.
But you had taken no steps to call the people who were supposed to process the scene. You had only called Pakula, who said he was busy. And once you verified that there are drugs there, then he might make a turn. But at this point, as we had already agreed, all you knew was that you found bags in the container and you loaded them on your bakkie and you had arrested people. That's where you were.
Commissioners, yeah, maybe because there's no timelines. It was not even an hour that we were at the scene. It was because if I must be approximate, we arrived at the scene between 8 and 10 past. The Poisons guys arrived maybe 20 minutes later, while the scene was still, while the scene was not even processed as yet. So it was still very early to say, no, this is how we're going to transport. The intention of loading these bags at the back of the parking was solely to secure them. Nothing else. There was no other ulterior motive.
There's one thing I need to test with you before you deal with your interaction with other officers and even your arrest. I think it's in the stain exhibits. If you go to page 116, I'm not sure if the witness has 115 of the stain exhibits. Maybe to be fair to you, Warrant Officer, for the purposes of the record, it's CJC 217. And then it starts on page 109. Just go back to 109.
I'm there, Commissioners.
I think we've already established that that is your bakkie.
I agree, Commissioners.
Advocate, are we able? Thank you so much. That is your bakkie after the bags were loaded onto it.
That's
right?
correct.
And the police vehicle that arrived is that one that is parked right in front of the bakkie.
That's correct.
In that photo that is on page 109. And then you'll see that this is a News 24 or Media 24 newspaper article from the 22nd of February, 2025. Do you see that? On top of page 109, top left, where there's a headline, Update Crime Intelligence Battle.
I see that.
Just on top of that, there's a date, 22 February 2025. Do you see that?
It's
Yeah.
last year on the 22nd of February.
And what they do here, they deal with the disciplinary proceedings relating to General Khan. But if you go to 115, and this is what caused the confusion. Remember, I was confused about the 5 series, 7 series. If you go to the top of the page, you will see that the newspaper article
115. 115.
Yes.
Yes, I see it, Commissioner.
115, the newspaper article had identified the vehicle as a 5 series and not a 7 series.
It's a 7 series.
And I'm embarrassed to have fallen for it. I should know better. It is a 7 series.
It's a human error, Commissioner.
Yes, but I am embarrassed. And then halfway down that page, you will see that there is something that appears to be a WhatsApp chat between two people. Still on page 115.
I see that, Commissioner.
Yes. And we don't know who the source is because this is in a newspaper article. But I think it's only fair that I ask you because you are here. I don't want there to be insinuations that it is you if it's not you. So to be fair to you, I want you to respond to this
You are more
and
than
tell
welcome.
us whether it is you who's participating in those WhatsApp chats. Because what is clearly happening here is that these people know that there was cocaine and it belonged to somebody and they had located where it was and they were reporting back to the owner of this cocaine that it is at this place and this is what is happening with it. So I just want you to tell us if it is you who is participating in these chats. If it's not you, whether you know who is this person who is participating in these chats.
I'll be honest with you, Commissioners. Yesterday, as I was following this, I was also, I don't have a knowledge as to where is this thing coming from and who are the people who were involved talking, who were chatting on this. I saw it for the first time yesterday while Colonel Stein was testifying.
And I hope you did not fashion your evidence based on what you were watching yesterday.
No, somewhere you align yourself and see, I mean, if...
No, you must tell the truth. There's no need
No,
to
no,
align.
I'm telling the truth. That's why
No
I'm so
need to align.
comfortable.
But you can clearly see, looking at that chat, that it refers to the containers and that the containers are still there. And whoever the other person is, if you look at the blue bars, they say, then send the pics with the seal so I can show the people I'm getting heavy threats. Give me till 7, boss. I'm pressing all these guys. Do you see that?
Commissioner, maybe because I don't follow, I see this 2021, but this article was for last year, February. Am I correct?
No, but remember the point is, this chat was taking place while the scene was still live on the 9th of July, 2021. That's the point of it.
What time was this chat made?
Warrant Officer, let's not concern ourselves with the time. Remember my simple question was, are you participating in these chats?
Not
if
at
the
all.
answer is no, do you know who was participating in
Not
the chats?
at all.
And if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
So don't try to analyze them.
No, I'm sorry
Because
about
as I
that.
said, we don't know what the source is. And I was only being fair to you by referring you to them so that we don't leave it unattended and people assume that it was you who was reporting back to the owners of this drug.
Like I'm saying, on this day in question, on the 9th, I was the first one to be arrested, and so my phone was taken away at around 12 o'clock, and this chat, I will like to distance myself from this chat. I don't know the origin.
And if we manage to access your phone, we will not find the chats that put you in trouble.
Not at all. I can even, this is the phone that I was using during my arrest. Even today, I'm still using the same.
You know we can retrieve.
The one-time view.
Yes.
Yeah, so it happened.
Let's leave it there.
Warrant Officer Magane, just on the issue of Alberton, you had testified earlier on that you requested Warrant Officer Pakula to come and assist you. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you further stated that he said he will bring some people to assist him.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes. Now, when Commissioner Baloyi asked you earlier on about Alberton, you said no, you were in fact misleading the two police officials from Boysons. It was not your intention to go to Alberton. Did you say that?
In all fairness,
Yes. But I put it to you that in fact when you spoke to Warrant Officer Pakula, you in fact told him to meet you at Alberton. What's your comment to that?
no, that was not the arrangement.
He is lying when if he was to be found saying that, he'll be lying.
No, that was not the arrangement. That was never. The only thing that I said to him, it's also in my statement, was that upon confirmation of the information, then I'll revert to him.
Then let's go to it's page 235. I want you to refer you to a warning statement. So we are on the exhibit bundle. No. He's, yeah. Two, 3, 5. Now, that's a handwritten statement by Sergeant Pakula. And I want you to look at paragraph 2 of that statement. Perhaps can you try and read that into the record? What's said at paragraph 2? It's right at the bottom.
Paragraph 2.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's, contacted my immediate commander, Captain Mudupi, informing him that I was contacted by Warrant Officer Magane to assist him in a possible drugs, and that he should join me at Alberton. I proceeded to Alberton SAPS. I waited for him. I called Magane to ask if he will come, and I should wait
Let me
for
assist.
him.
I think it says, let me assist you there, Warrant Officer. It says, I called Magane to ask for how long I should wait for him.
For him,
Yes.
he requested that I should come to Ireton, Umnia Park.
Yes.
I arrived at Ireton.
No, that's fine. What I wanted to put to you, and perhaps if you go further to page, in the same bundle, 385. There, are you there?
Some of the commissioners.
Now, that is a written statement by, and this is under Boyson's 25210 of 2021. It's a statement by Ramila William Midupi, and we have established that William Midupi is a captain and that he was called by Warrant Officer Pakula. Now, at paragraph 3, I will read that into the record for you. It says, on Friday, 2021, 0709 in the morning, I was at home as we were working rotation when I received a call from Warrant Officer Pakula informing me that they are following up on a certain information and I must join them in Alberton. I then proceeded to Alberton to join them and only to find that they have left. I called them and they informed me that they are now in Ayrton. So the proposition I'm putting to you that the option of going to Alberton was a reality and only it was disturbed by the presence or arrival of the Boyson's Vispol police. What's your
No,
what's your take?
that is incorrect.
Why would Warrant Officer Pakula say exactly the same thing that you said to the Boyson's police officers? They are in completely different environments. And Warrant Officer Pakula refers to your conversation with him, including that he started from his original place. He was on his way to Alberton SAPS because you had said to him, and I read at page 376, his type statement, that I then proceeded to Alberton SAPS as I was informed that they might be bringing the truck and the driver to Alberton for detention as a place where the crime scene started initially. It's exactly what you say in your statement you told the Boyson's policemen.
But the arrangement that that we will meet with Warrant Officer Pakula at Alberton, it was not gonna come because from Yellow Jersey, the arrangement was that we follow the truck up until it reaches Ayrton. And upon verification of the information, then I will call Warrant Pakula to come through.
That was the arrangement. You say that was the arrangement. With whom did you make that arrangement?
With Warrant Officer Pakula.
So Warrant Officer Pakula is being untruthful in his statement when he says that after he contacted his superior, Commander Sipunga, and informed him, received and gave permission to proceed and assist Warrant Officer Magane. That's what he says. I then proceeded to Alberton SAPS as I was informed that they might be bringing the truck and the driver to Alberton for detention as a place where the crime scene started initially. That's exactly what you say in your statement that you said to the Boyson's police officers. And you're not denying you said that to the Boyson's.
Exactly.
What is the probability that Warrant Officer Pakula would say you told him exactly the same thing? Why someone is being untruthful? Are you saying Warrant Officer Pakula is untruthful to say you repeated, to quote you as saying to him exactly what you tell us you said to the Boyson's people?
I would say so, because this was not part of our discussion.
I want to put to you that it's improbable. You have not given a reason why he would either be mistaken to repeat exactly what you said to the Boyson's people, that you said it to him, why he would be mistaken. You're not giving us a reason why he would be untruthful. in his statement that is made in I'll tell you when that statement was made. It was made in October 2021, when this happened in July. You haven't provided an explanation why he's mistaken and why he would be untruthful about it. And I want to suggest to you that it indicates, or the probabilities, that you are the one that's being untruthful about what you said to Pakula, 1, 2, and the real intention about what was going to happen with those trucks. And in fact, the real intention was they were not going to Boysons. You were taking them elsewhere, you and Mashaba. And that's why it was your operation, just the two of you. That's why it is not your everyday job to do this. You go out of the office to go and assist with a drug bust about which you are completely inexperienced, know nothing about. You don't tell anyone of your colleagues at the station to say, come, let's go help. You leave alone, you call everybody else that has nothing to do with it, and then you go and you mess up the scene as badly as you did. You put these bags in an open bakkie that's going to transport them, and it's just the two of you. You haven't called LCRC. You haven't called TRT to come and escort you. You've done nothing that is about ensuring that these drugs are properly processed. What it indicates, I want to suggest to you, what it indicates is there was no good intentions on your part to get these drugs to be properly dealt with as prescribed by the law. In fact, you had ulterior motives about putting them in that van, and you were going to take them where they would not be accounted for. What do you say to that?
Commissioners, with all fairness, I don't agree to the suggestion of the Commissioner. Commissioners, if I had an intention of doing the wrong thing, one, I wouldn't have left my cell phone with Mr. Hatta. My cell phone that is recorded on my name. Number 2, Omnia Park is it's a modern industrial area, which I think it has cameras all over. And so I wouldn't be so dumb to go steal in front of everybody. Meanwhile, I know that my identity was not concealed. And another thing, I was going to be easily traced. The bakkie that I was using, it's a state car. And at Scania, at Yellow Jersey, there's also cameras that suggest even if I left with that consignment, I was still going to be easily traced. If commissioners, me and Mashaba, or we had an ulterior motive, I think this was going to need a proper thorough planning.
Badly planned. That's why it was such a mess. That's why you are handling bags of exhibits the way that you're doing. It's because you poorly planned this thing. It's poorly planned. Firstly, you didn't know that there are cameras at Scania. You didn't know that. You go there for the first time. That they happen to be there, well, it's poor planning. You hadn't scoped that place first. So that doesn't count. It's irrelevant for purpose of what I'm suggesting to you, that there were cameras. It's an after the fact. This was a badly planned thing. You know nothing about drug operations. We've seen that. You know nothing. We've seen from your evidence and from what your commander says, you had no business to be there, to leave your office job and go there to assist someone that you say, well, I've met him before, I don't have a relationship with him. So you know nothing about him. He could well have been corrupt. On your evidence, you know nothing about him. You say, I went there to help. So, and now Commissioner Khumalo has referred us to those WhatsApp messages that actually indicate that this loot, this consignment of drugs, there were people who had an interest in it. You so happened to be in the middle of it. You and Mashaba happened to be in the middle of it, but we know from those WhatsApp messages that that was somebody's consignment, and someone was being threatened and someone was under pressure to get it out and delivered to them. We know all of that. It happens to be a consignment that you, Magane, who has nothing to do with drug operations, are involved in a scene where you haven't called a single role player who is involved with drug enforcement. You haven't. There's no LCRC, there's no SANEP, there's nothing. You say we are in Boysen, you don't call Boysen. They surprise you, in fact, I want to say to you, because someone has called 10111, one of the Scania people. They surprise you by arriving there. You even argue with them, and you lie to them to say, where go. You don't say, you know what, you have nothing to worry about. These are going to your station. You lie to them. You say they're going to Alberton. That's your first answer. Pakula says that's exactly what you told him. And these drugs had no business to go to Alberton, but you're being untruthful about this. So what I'm suggesting to you, or what I'm putting to you, is that this whole operation, it was never, otherwise you would have played things by the book. You would have done everything by the book as a seasoned police officer. There was never an intention for this loot to be properly, at least not all of it, to be properly accounted for. And in fact, I want to suggest to you, had you left before the Boysen's people arrived, you and Mashaba, had you left, you may well have accounted for some, but not all of it at your police station. That's what I'm suggesting to you, that there was no good intentions about it. You can comment if you want to.
Commissioners, maybe, I don't know how to put this. Even from the bottom of my heart, I had no intention of driving away from the scene before the scene was properly processed. That's why, and I'll stand by the truth. If I had intention, I'm still repeating this, if I had intention of stealing the drugs, maybe I would have used, and like I'm saying, I only received the call from Mashaba that particular morning. And from there I was briefed. And honestly, I contacted the trail of calls that I made were from different people. Unfortunately, like Warrant Officer Chidi. Warrant Officer Chidi is from Crime Intelligence. And Warrant Officer Pukungwane is from Alberton. So I'm trying to demonstrate my fairness of saying I had no intention of stealing the drugs or taking them elsewhere. Hence, I'm saying I was not even. I'm not lying to the commission. I'm not part of this conversation between whoever is here. That's my innocence. I'm trying to demonstrate that I had no intention of taking the drugs from where they were recovered and to another destination. That is with people that, I mean, Nku, I've only known Nku that morning. So why would I risk with my career with someone that I don't even know? It was for the first time that I met Nku. And to further demonstrate my innocence in this involvement of a drug bust, I had not even a clue as to how much is the consignment. If I've known that this is such a big with the little knowledge that I have, I mean, the approach would have been different. And I call Warrant Officer Pakula because he was involved in other investigation or that were drug related. That is with all fairness and innocence.
Let me ask you a last question, perhaps. When you say you had no intention of leaving the scene with those drugs in your baggie before the scene was properly processed, we know that by the time, even before Pakula arrived, you had already put the bags onto your baggie. You say so in paragraph 20 of your statement. And then earlier on, you also say you had already arrested the 3 people, remember?
That's correct.
Okay. According to you, what was still left to be done at the scene once you've loaded the bags onto your baggie and you've arrested the 3 people?
K9 unit. We were waiting for K9.
To do what?
To come and further confirm, to come and further confirm that this is a real drugs. And they were coming, and they did arrive.
So so K9 was going to do that and not FSL. You
No.
know there's a forensic science laboratory, right?
No, K9, the dog unit, which also came. They came from Pretoria. They were also at the scene. Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, who
So when they arrived, you would have taken the bags back onto on the ground. What was the
Like-
kind of elaborate thought? had
like
gone into
normally,
that?
how it was supposed to be done before. Because I've earlier on elaborated that the scene, I take a punch that the scene was not properly managed.
So you were waiting for K9? Who else?
K9,
Who else?
Lieutenant Maluleke from Pretoria DPSI office was called by the younger brother of Pakula. He also came, he arrived at the scene.
Yeah, but you didn't know he's coming. Remember, we're discussing you saying, I wasn't going to leave with that consignment until the scene was properly processed. So I'm asking you, what had you done? What steps did you take in order to complete that process, to make sure that the scene was going to be properly processed before you leave? What are the steps that you took?
Before leaving,
Yeah, that you took that would happen before you left with the consignment to properly process the scene?
the counting was going to be done on the presence of a photographer, because I personally called the photographer through the phone of Poison's guys. And the call taker requested me to give, she was a lady, to give her my particulars, like service number, contact number, and give her a brief of the background of the operation as to how it started and everything. So, commissioners, with all fairness, I don't know if I was still going to leave the scene with that baggie, open parking which cannot even drive 60.
Yeah, well, you were going to leave with it. You were. You were blocked by the Boysen's SAPS motor vehicle, as we see in the picture, and other statements say you were in a hurry to leave. So the plan, you didn't put them on the floor. You could have left these things on the floor, then it would be believable that you were waiting for other people to arrive. No, you don't. You put them onto, you back up your van to the trailer, to the container, you back it up so that these things are put in there, and all of them on your own account. You had counted them, there are 23 bags. You'd even take a picture to send to your superior. So you've now loaded them, and you are going to take them somewhere. You are going to take them to Alberton, in fact. If Boysen's hadn't arrived, you would have taken them to Alberton. That's what you told Pakula.
Commissioners, really, I need to emphasize this so that everybody can be in the same picture, or we are on the same page. At no stage, Commissioners, that I intended to leave the scene. Actually, I want to clarify something. There's a narrative that was being pushed, that I was blocked by Boysen's parking. If Boysen's parking, when they arrive, I was not even in the car. We were standing outside. When they come, I'm the one who approached them. Another thing, if Boysen's officers were the one who blocked me, I think there was going to be a statement that says we were trying to run away, so they blocked us. None of these people is saying that. And if maybe Boysen's people were scared of us, after 3 minutes after they arrived, or between 10 minutes, flying squad also arrived, and there was also security guys who were at the scene. They would have asked for assistance. And again, Boysen's are the one who actually helped me to cordon off the scene. So we were working working together. They were assisting.
All right, I've heard you. You've heard my views about what I say.
I don't dispute it's the commissioner's views, but this is all my honest remark or answer to that.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2:20.
I never.
Good afternoon, Mr. Musigidi.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good
Yeah.
afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you. Perhaps if the warrant officer could just go through the statement and then let the probing come afterwards.
Indeed,
We
Chair.
are sure we'll try to do our part in that regard.
Indeed, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Warrant Officer Magane, we were about to talk about the arrival of Warrant Officer Pakula. That will take us to page 8 of your statement, and then we can resume at paragraph 21, when it says, upon Warrant Officer Pakula's arrival. Can you pick it up from there, please?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Upon Warrant Pakula's arrival, we then briefed him about the scene, and as protocol, we handed the scene over to him for further investigation and processing. Warrant Officer Pakula requested me to cordon off the scene and also instructed me to call LCRC. Sergeant Doe assisted me with the tape to cordon the area off, and he also called LCRC office. While busy at the scene, more police officers from different units started arriving at the scene. Amongst them, I can mention the following. Warrant Officer Rikotso from Crime Intelligence. He arrived and started asking if we have any authority or any inquiry file registered that gave us any permission to effect the arrest. He was causing some obstruction and distracting us from doing our work freely. He specifically said that Major General Feroz Khan from Crime Intelligence was coming to the scene. I'm not sure what he wanted us to do with that information. So we ignored him and proceeded with our duties, but there was a lot of police members, security officers, and civilian members at the scene, which made it difficult for us to work. Colonel Muloi from Crime Intelligence also arrived at the scene, and she was more than happy about the arrest and even complimented of the good work that we have done. Lieutenant Colonel Malulega from DPCI National Office arrived together with Warrant Officer Masoma, also from DPCI, as they were summoned by Warrant Officer Pakula to come and assist us with the scene. Sergeant Pakula and Sergeant Sape came together from Provincial K9 unit as part of our team. Major General Khan arrived immediately after Warrant Pakula, and I think Commissioner said I was supposed to say after Sergeant Pakula and Sergeant Sape.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. And the situation got out of hand. Upon his arrival, Major General Khan went straight to the warehouse and met with the Scania management. And after that, he came back to us and ordered us to stop with our operation. He asked who was the driver of the buggy, which was loaded with the black bags, and I answered it was me. He then instructed me to go inside the buggy. Then a big argument ensued between Major General Khan and Chief Mashaba, whereby Major General Khan ended up disarming Chief Mashaba of his service firearm and stopped the guys from dog unit from searching the warehouse. I was made to sit in the car while I was photographed as if I'm a suspect. Members of DPCI from Jamestown and Johannesburg arrived at the scene with Major General Kadwa, the provincial head of DPCI. There seems to have been a briefing between Major General Khan, Brigadier Sukhobela, Lieutenant Colonel Mabaso, and Captain Sibula, wherein after that, Warrant Officer Pakula, Chief Mashaba, Mr. Nku, and myself were arrested and put at the back of poisoned SAPS buggy, which was driven by Sergeant Ndo and Constable Mukwambiri. We were kept at the back of the buggy for some time. At some stage, we were then taken from the back of the buggy to observe the counting of the drugs. To our surprise, we find that already 10 bags were already opened. Brigadier Khobela, Captain Dale, Captain Sibula, the arresting officer, are the one who were in charge of the counting, in counting the drugs. Each bag had 35 small bricks, and a total of 350 small bricks were counted from the 10 bags. We were then taken back to the back of the buggy and driven to Poison's station for detention before the counting was completed.
Before you moved to your arrest, you had deposed to another statement, and that statement will appear on page 3. I want you to go to 373 of the exhibit bundle. Your statement starts at page 370, but I just want you to look at 373. Now, on that statement, I want you to focus only on paragraph 23, 24, 25, where you speak of your encounter with General Khan. Can you just read that into the record?
As a result of General Khan's unprofessional behavior and obstruction, the driver...
No, sorry, just that paragraph up. Ne?
Which one?
Paragraph 23.
While busy at the scene, a certain Indian male who was later known to me as General Khan of Crime Intelligence arrived while with his crew, and all hell broke loose. As he started giving instruction, he asked who was the driver of the black Nissan buggy, and I told him I was the driver. He then ordered me to go sit in the buggy. I did as instructed, and General Khan, started calling us Zotsi police and said, he's going to teach us a lesson. I was not even allowed to move and talk to my colleagues, not even to go to the toilet. I was escorted. Different police officers, among the Colonel Mawaso, came to interview me and explained to him how I got information and came to the scene. I was also interviewed by Brigadier Sekhobela, and later a certain gentleman who introduced himself as Captain Sibula placed me under arrest. Photos were taken of me while seated in the car. As a result of General Khan's unprofessional behavior and obstruction, the driver, Brighton Mtembu, who was already placed under arrest, was released. The lady called Jolene and Cornelius were no longer cooperative. Information on who the receiver was no longer pursued, as we were now considered as suspect.
All right. When you say General Khan told you to sit inside the car, how long did you have to sit inside the car? Rough estimate.
I was made to sit in the car from, I'm not too sure as to what time did the general arrive, but I was made to sit inside the car for almost 2 hours.
And how was it in the car? What was the situation?
The situation was uncomfortable. I was sitting there, the sun, it was hot and everything.
And you also mentioned in that paragraph that you had to be escorted. What does that mean?
At some stage, commissioners, I wanted to go to the toilet, or yes, to the loo. So one gentleman who arrived with General Khan escorted me to the law, back to the park.
Did you feel that you couldn't leave at your own volition or accord?
I beg your commissioners?
Did you have a sense that you could not just leave unattended?
That's correct, commissioners, because that's correct.
All right, let's then go back to your statement. I want us to go to paragraph 23. So we are on page 10. So you go back to your statement file, and then you talk about our arrest and detention. That's the topic there.
So must I start at paragraph 23?
Yes, start with we were detained.
We were detained at Boysen Station for a weekend until Monday, the 12th July 2021, when we appeared at court. While at Boysen Station holding cell, we were told, allegedly per General Khan instruction, CADO, that we were not allowed to have visitors, water, and food. I'm referring to the food that were coming from outside.
Or not the prison food, but from the visitors.
Yeah, from the visitors.
Are you allowed to have food while you're in prison from the outside?
No,
Generally?
No.
Okay.
We were told that on Monday at court, the control prosecutor was refusing to place the matter on the roll until General Kadwa came to the court and insisted that the matter be placed on roll. The case was postponed for Tuesday, the 13th of July 2021. We were transferred to Johannesburg Correctional Services, which is called Sun City Prison. We were then remanded in custody for another 7 days for a formal bail application. During the bail trial, Captain Sivula testified that we were arrested for allegedly stealing 700 kg of cocaine. The presiding magistrate asked him if the exhibit were weighed and what method of weighing was used, of which Captain Sivula could not answer. The magistrate also suggested to him that Captain Sivula and his team rushed to arrest us prematurely. Again, he could not answer. We were ultimately granted bail on the 21st of July, having spent almost 2 weeks or 13 days in custody. I was then suspended in terms of Section 43(2) of the SAPS Act 68 of 1995 from the 9th July until the 21st. This type of suspension is applied when a member is arrested and incarcerated. It is a suspension without salary or allowances. My suspension was then uplifted after I was granted bail, and I resumed my duties on the 22nd July 2021. I was then suspended again for a period of 6 days in terms of Regulation 10.3 of SAPS Disciplinary Regulation of 2016 from the 30th September until the 20th November. I was charged with the following 3 charges departmental. 3.1, Regulation 54F, corruption. Regulation number 3.2, Regulation 54G, dealing in drugs. 3.3, Regulation 54, defeating the ends of justice. The chairperson of the disciplinary hearing, Brigadier Nevoulu, found me not guilty on all charges on the 7th February 2022. Attach. Then can I proceed?
Do you want to go to that ruling or you want to proceed?
I don't know. you direct me.
Okay, let's proceed. If you want to come back to it, we can. But let's proceed to the next paragraph. And that will be 31, under the topic Poisons, CAS 25210 of 2021.
Poisons CAS 252 of 10/2021, defeating the ends of justice and obstruction of police officers from executing their lawful duties. This case emanates from our arrest and detention at Aeroton as overseen by General Khan, Major General Kadwa, Brigadier Skobela, and Captain Sibula. After a thorough and proper consultation with our legal representatives, we then decided to open a case of defeating the ends of justice against all members mentioned above. The case was transferred to IPID National Office for investigation. After a lengthy, slow investigation by IPID, the matter was taken to the Deputy Public Prosecutor's Office in South Gauteng for decision. Advocate Chauke's office decided not to prosecute the suspect in this matter, and amounts reason given were that this matter was just a misunderstanding between different law enforcers, which was contrary to the reason or motivation given by the same office of Advocate Chauke when we presented our representation for our case to be withdrawn. IPID then recommended that all members who were involved in our arrest must be charged departmentally. General Khan was charged separately and members of DPCI were not charged. The departmental hearing of Major General Khan was presided by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhonazi, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial officer. I testified during those proceedings dealing with the event aforementioned. Major General Khan was found not guilty for defeating the ends of justice and other charges. What I found concerning is that while the Commissioner was still deciding on the verdict of Major General Khan's matter, DPCI issued a report that cleared all their members. At the same time, there were media reports that
I think when you go to paragraph 34, it's a repeat. So what you can do is that if you go to, at the same time, you see on that paragraph, then you can pick it up from there.
Perhaps what we should do, Advocate Msikiti, we must just scratch out the first paragraph 34 on page 12, and he reads the complete paragraph 34 on page 13.
That seems to be practical. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo.
So, Warrant Officer, just go to page 13 and read that paragraph in its entirety.
from the beginning.
Yes.
34 years. Thank you.
IPID then recommended that all members who were involved in our arrest must be charged departmentally. General Khan was charged separately and members of DPCI were not charged. The departmental hearing of Major General Khan was presided by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhonazi, KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner. I testified during those proceedings dealing with the events aforementioned. Major General Khan was found not guilty for defeating the ends of justice and other charges. What I found concerning is that while the Commissioner was still deciding on the verdict of Major General Khan's matter, DPCI issued a report that cleared all their members. At the same time, there were media reports that the witnesses of Major General Khan's hearing, which is us, were facing an imminent re-enrollment of their case. Our case was provisionally withdrawn on the 12th November 2022. I know and understand the contents of this statement. I regard the contents of this statement to be binding on my conscience. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Magane. Can I just ask you, when you spoke about your arrest and detention. What are the charges that are proffered against you? I think you read the charges that were proffered against you departmentally. In terms of the criminal proceedings,
If I remember very well, dealing in drugs was one of the charges. I can't remember very well.
Officer, you don't have to guess. Please go to page 19 of the annexures, item 6, after your statement. The charges are there.
These are the departmental, it's a departmental outcome of expeditious process against number. That's my service number. Must I also read the service number in?
no, don't read that. We have
Okay.
we have those charges. I was asking about the criminal charges. Perhaps for complete sake, go to page 276 of the exhibit bundle.
Yeah, notice of rights in terms of the Constitution, Section 35 of Act number 108 of 1996. You are being detained for the following reason: dealing in drugs.
Yes, I wanted to find out were there any other charges added to that subsequently.
No, it was only this one.
Okay. And then you mentioned that at paragraph 24 of your statement, that someone informed you that General Kadwa had issued instructions that you are not allowed to have visitors, water, and food. Back to your statement, yeah.
Paragraph 24.
24, yes.
Yes. While at Boysen Station holding cell, we were told, allegedly as per General Kadwa's instruction, that we were not allowed to have visitors, water, and food.
Yes, what I'm asking you is that, is there a reason to believe why would General Kadwa issue such an instructions?
Because obviously we were treated or presumed to be high-profile suspect, and that's why no visitors were allowed and water.
And also you gave, you read in on the record that you, and when you say we, because you say we opened a case against General Kadwa, and then can you explain exactly who the we is?
We is the four of us that were arrested. That will be myself, Chief Mashaba, Warrant Officer Pakula, and Mr. Tumelongu.
And the complaint was against who? Can you remember all of them?
The complaint was against General Kadwa, Major General Kadwa, Major General Khan, Brigadier Sekhobela, and Captain Sibula.
Why would you open a case against, is it General Sekhobela?
General Sekhobela, yes.
Yes, why would you specifically open a case against General Sekhobela?
Because she was also active in that scene.
But being active does not necessarily warrant a criminal case being opened. There has to be more than just being active.
This was based on her seniority, because she was a senior to Captain Sibula. So by so saying, we assumed that maybe the instruction might have coming to her.
And I think for the record, it's Brigadier, ne?
Brigadier Sekhobela.
Sekhobela, yes. I think we have to keep that correct. It's Brigadier.
Brigadier Sekhobela.
Yes,
Yes, I'm talking about it.
yes. All right, and then you say that the charges were withdrawn against you in November 2022. What is the current position of those charges as we speak?
The current situation in regard to those charges, the case was finally, we made a representation to the NDPP's office through our lawyers, and advocate
Chauke.
no, not the one who passed on. He was working at NDPP's office.
Is it the cock?
Advocate de Kock, may his soul rest in peace. He is the one who decided on our matter. So the charges were finally withdrawn.
And that was in 2022.
That's correct.
Now, if you go to, on the very same file, the statement file on page 33, so the statement file you have with you,
Yes, I've got it there.
you see that there's a letter from the Director of Public Prosecutions,
I see it, Commissioners.
and the letter is directed to Major General E.A. Kadwa.
That's correct, I see it.
Yes, and this matter, it relates to the request for the re-enrollment of the docket, Poison's case number 9807-2021. And that's the matter, or the state versus Mohana and 3 others.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you see that the last paragraph on that letter, it says this: the office has decided to prosecute the suspect in this matter. This matter will be enrolled as soon as practically possible once the pending investigation have been finalized. And then it says on the next page, the investigation officer must please consult the advocate dealing with this matter as soon as possible. And then the letter is signed by J.M. Serepo. What is your understanding of that letter, Warrant Officer?
My understanding is that this matter, the case that was finally decided, or which was finally withdrawn by the NDPP's office, there was, I don't know, where is this letter coming from, that the matter must be re-enrolled.
Have you been contacted since the letter in February 2025
No,
about the possible re-enrollment?
not at all, Commissioners.
And this letter before today, were you aware of it?
Yes, I was aware of this letter.
How did you become aware of that letter?
I can't really remember whether it was from our legal representative that is dealing with our litigation.
Can I just clarify? You say Advocate de Kock withdrew the charges in 2022.
That's correct, Commissioner.
There's a letter which talks about provisional withdrawal. The provisional withdrawal was in October 2022.
No, can I just clarify that? Yes. Commissioners, the provisionally withdrawn one, this one was pending the representations that because we first made a representation to DPP's office at South Gauteng, but the representation were declined. So we then escalated our representation to NDPP's office. Then, while we were waiting for the representation, our case kept on being reminded. Then the judge said she was no longer happy about the unnecessary postponement. So as a result, the matter was provisionally withdrawn, pending the outcome of the representation from the NDPP's office. However, the date for the trial was set. It was arranged. But before the trial could even started, then we got good news that our case has been finally withdrawn from NDPP's office. That is how this matter was buried.
Mr. Msikiri, do we have a letter that confirms that final withdrawal?
No, Commissioner Baloi. What we have is it's an order, that order of provisional withdrawal, nothing else. Perhaps to Warrant Magane's benefit, there is a letter that was sent by his attorneys to follow up on this alleged re-enrollment. But that letter was never responded to. But that letter, it was sent in 2025 in May.
Is it the one on 29?
And it's the one from BDK on page
29
of the statement file.
Yeah, but that letter speaks, from the attorney, speaks of a provisional withdrawal while awaiting the decision of the National Prosecuting Service. And then it speaks in paragraph 3 of correspondence in 2024. So it doesn't mention a final withdrawal in 2022.
Yes, that's as far as we can take
That's
it,
what,
Commissioner.
yeah.
We're not aware of anything further than that.
Thank you.
Commissioners, sorry, can I just clarify something? I think I've shared this with the findings by Advocate de Kock with the evidence leader. So I don't know, maybe he might have missed it, but here's the ruling from the office of the NDPP.
Just wait, I'll try and direct you to that. That should be the outcome of the representations and providing reasons why the state is not prosecuting. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
Yes, no, we
Does
have
that not
that.
have a red pagination top right-hand corner?
I beg your say, Commissioner.
Does it not have a page number? A red
No,
page
this one I just,
You took it from elsewhere.
no, yes, but I shared
All
with
right,
the evidence
all
leader.
right,
So
all right.
luckily I had,
Look at the date on the last page of that letter. We will tell you if it's in the bundle or not. Is it 21 June 2024?
It is in here.
yes.
Yes, then it's on page 23 of your annexures. After item 8.
Oh, sorry, Commissioners, I've got it.
It is the
Yes.
same letter.
Yeah.
This is the same that I'm talking about. I
Yes,
don't
so
know if,
it is in the bundle.
oh, my apology, Commissioners.
No problem.
That's fine. The question is, is there anything you want to say about that letter? Is there anything you wanted to highlight to the commission?
Commissioners, I'd like to take the commissioners to paragraph 6.6. This talks to the reasons as to why Advocate Tikok decided to withdraw the matter. Captain Sibola allegedly alleged that Sergeant Doe's marked police vehicle was parked in such a way to block the way for Mohana's vehicle, that is a black Nissan buggy, not to leave the scene. 8.18. During the consultation with Mr. Bretz, it became known that photographs were taken by Scania personnel when the container was open. The said photographs were sent to Mr. Bretz, who made them available to the state during consultation. Among requests by the prosecutor, it is clear from the photographs that there was no vehicle blocking the way for Mohana's vehicle not to leave the scene.
Upon request, not among.
Commissioner?
Please continue, please continue.
Further, the photographs show the moment before the containers were opened until the contents were removed, clearly indicating that Scania's personnel were not prevented from the accused from taking photos, and suggesting that nothing untoward was taking place at the scene. Ms. Wenzel also confirmed that there was no interference from the accused when they were taking photos. It would have been impossible for the accused to deny the existence of the drugs in question at a later stage and to deny the allegation makes against them. Sergeant Sape stated that photo album was incomplete as their vehicle was also photographed during the incident, which was done on the instruction of Warrant Officer Rikotso. Warrant Officer Wood was confronted with this allegation, and she stated that upon her arrival at the scene, which was already at 11:45, there was such confusion and utter chaos. As a result of the size of the parking area, Warrant Officer Wood could proceed to take photos to the scene as she would normally do. When they finally allowed her to start, the entire scene was a stuff-up, and there was no control whatsoever. She was informed that only the bike was involved, but later it was said that the two more vehicles were involved. She stated that initially it was everybody was involved, then nobody, then somebody. The scene was a joke. She also indicated that she only left the scene at 2 the next morning. Further, Warrant Officer Wood denies that she took photographs of Sergeant Sape's vehicle. The seals that were photographed in the accused possession.
May I just find out, Warrant Officer, whether you're going to read all the way to paragraph 10 at page 26, or you want to select certain parts?
Commissioner, I'm being guided by the evidence leader. I don't know if I must proceed or I think you can advise me.
You are the one who said, I have a document that I have shared with the evidence leader. And so
That's correct.
I thought there were certain salient points that you wanted to
No. Actually,
to draw our attention to in that document. Now I see you are reading this entire document.
actually, I wanted to read 6.6. No, because I thought the evidence leader will stop me. So thanks for that. I was going to read right through.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask you about 6.8, where they say Officer Wood says the entire scene was a stuff-up? Do you agree with her assessment that the scene was a stuff-up?
A person like, as I have already alluded that the scene was not properly managed.
And who stuffed it up?
Initially, it was myself and Chief Mashaba. Then, because now, at this time, the scene was already under the control of DPCI members.
But you had not secured it. That's why it was a stuff-up.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
Yes. I want to go back to the 7 Series BMW.
Warrant Officer, this letter, it's the letter that you say contained or advised a final withdrawal of the charges.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you had said 2022. If you look at page 26, it's in 2024, June 2024. That's the last page. And then if you go back to page 23, so it's in 2024. And then if you go back to page 23, you can see the subject line. The letter is addressed to Major General Kadwa, and then the subject line is request for reasons by yourself, meaning Kadwa, in the matter of State versus Magane and three others. So you see that Advocate de Kock is actually responding to
The request.
to General Kadwa.
That's correct.
And then lastly, and perhaps importantly to what this letter is conveying, at paragraph 10, go back to paragraph 26. So before that, all the many paragraphs, they summarize what is in the statements and what those statements say. But in paragraph 10, this is what he tells Kadwa, not your attorneys, not you. De Kock says, after careful consideration of all available evidence and factors, I'm of the view that there are no reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution. That's the last thing he says. You see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
So this letter, on its face, does not convey that charges have been withdrawn provisionally. Do you accept that?
Maybe
It doesn't say that.
it doesn't say that.
Okay, all right, that's all I was clarifying.
Okay, because maybe is that
Because then the next thing that happened in 2025, in February 2025, is then Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions informs General Kadwa of the intention to reinstate. You see that?
I see that
And that you find at page 27.
I see that, Commissioners.
Yes. Okay. I was just clarifying.
No,
that
it's,
there's
now it's clarity.
It's
So
clear.
meaning the matter is still,
Alive, sorry. Sorry, still alive.
I think to be fair to you, Warrant Officer, on page 32, the NPA wrote a letter in which they say they agree with the recommendations not to pursue the prosecutions herein, and they say they are aware that the matter was struck from the roll. So it may be that this is what you're referring to when you say there was a provisional withdrawal. Because you said there was a date and the matter went to court, they kept asking for postponements until the judge or magistrate got upset with them.
that was in 2022.
2022.
Yes.
Okay.
And then in 24 is the letter that Commissioner Kumalo is referring to, where they say we agree with the recommendations not to pursue the prosecution. That's in January 24. You see that at page
I see that and I
32.
follow.
Then in 25, you have the prosecution, the deputy director saying they will reinstate. At page 28, it ends at page
I see it, page 33.
Yeah.
Is it the one that Commissioner is talking about?
Yeah,
there?
it's the same letter, actually. Yes, it's exactly the same letter that is at page 27. So yes, that's in 2025.
I see that, Commissioner.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Warrant Officer, I wanted to go back to the BMW 7 Series. It's not clear to me what happened to that vehicle and the occupant of that vehicle once the other police officers arrived at the scene and you were asked to sit in your car by General Khan, and at some point you were then detained and taken to Boysen's police station.
That's correct.
What happened to the BMW 7 Series and the occupant of that vehicle? Was he also arrested?
Yes, that is Mr. Nku.
He was arrested with you and taken to,
To Boysons.
To Boysons.
Yes.
and do you know what happened to the charges against him?
No, we were all charged with the same charges.
You were all charged
He
with
was
the same.
accused number 4
Yes.
in our case.
And throughout the process, as you were instructing the Scania people to assist you to load the bags onto your van, what was the owner of this vehicle doing? Because we know he was there at the scene, we saw the vehicle. What was he doing as the bags were being loaded onto your bakkie?
He was sitting in his car
Sitting in his car,
the whole time.
just observing.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners.
And why did you not ask him to leave? Because you had now established that there were bags in the truck that were not supposed to be there. You've taken custody of them. They are now in the back of your Nissan bakkie. What was he still doing there?
Commissioners, as I've indicated earlier, that according to Mr. Nku's handler, which is Chief Mashaba,
Yes.
he explained that Nku had previously gave information to other police. So the outcome tends that the information was positive, but Nku was told that they didn't find anything.
Yes. Now, we are at the stage where his information has checked out. You've now established that there are these bags in the container. You've asked that the truck be moved forward so that you can remove the bags from the container. The bags are being removed. You even said you effected arrest of 3 people, the driver and 2 other people. My question is, the information has checked out. What is the occupant of the BMW still doing there? Because now you know that he has given you the information with Mashaba. The information has checked out. Why do you not excuse him? Why does he remain at the scene together with these bags while all of you are there? Was the plan that you were going to live together with him and go book these drugs in his presence?
No.
So what was he still doing there?
I definitely cannot answer to that one.
Because you now had custody of the drugs. They are in your van. They are not in Mashaba's car.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you can explain why he remained at the crime scene.
I would say so.
But you are a police officer, warrant officer.
No, I agree.
Were you not putting him in danger? You've recovered, we now know, 715 kilograms of cocaine. And you know who the informant is who assisted the police in that regard. Are you not exposing the informant to danger? Because if those drugs belonged to the people at Scania, then surely they would know who the informant was, because he's in plain sight, parked his car next to Mashaba's vehicle. Was that not a concern for you?
No, it didn't cross my mind.
I have a worry that the presence of that person there was to look at those drugs and to see what was to happen to them. And I put it no higher than that it is a worry and a suspicion. I'm not stating it as a fact, and I'm doing it only to test your thought on this issue. I want to hear what your comment is.
Really, I won't have an honest answer to that. I would also say it can, in fact, it was worrying, but since commissioners, this guy was not taking any part, and he was always in his car.
Yeah, because informants usually don't want to be found out. They don't expose themselves and show whoever the perpetrator is that I'm part of this operation. That's not consistent with behavior of an informant. An informant gives information and they have nothing to do with the operation. But this one that follows the police and goes to the scene of the raid and remains until he's arrested later in the day, I find that really troubling.
I don't have any comment for that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We also heard from evidence here that, in fact, police officers refuse to tell other police officers who their informants are because they don't want to place their sources at risk. And here you are in full plain sight of everybody, the police, the Scania people who are members of the public, really, but as Commissioner Kumalo says, the person who has made a disclosure about the drugs, you, the one SAPS member who was early on the scene, do not see the risk or problem of exposing someone who has been said to be an informer. I share that concern. Do you know anything about handling informers?
That's correct. I know. I've attended the handling informer course.
Okay, and you had no problem here? You didn't see the problem that you've got an informer who not only is exposed, but in fact ends up being arrested, actually?
I would prefer to this question, Commissioners. Actually, it depends on the handler. It depends on the handler, because sometimes I've worked operations with other members where we'll find that there's a handler inside there's an informer inside the handler's car. That one I can attest to that. So that, like I'm saying, that it solely depends on the handler, because as the handler, you are the principal of your informant.
Can you imagine a reason or think of a reason why a traffic officer or traffic official would have an informer?
No, it helps a lot, because other cases, you need an informer to solve them. Like
what? To issue tickets?
No. Commissioners.
Or to put up a speed trap. Just explain
I
what role you see for an informer or for a traffic officer. You know the functions of a traffic officer, right? what role or what need you see would be served by a traffic officer having an informer? I ask genuinely because
yes, and I'm also-
I can't think of any reason.
To be honest with the commissioners, Gauteng Traffic Police, they are the only thing that they don't do, of which I can put my neck on the block. They don't do investigation. They've got units like their crime intelligence within them. They've got a saturation unit that deals with hijackings and other crimes. And I understand from Mr. Mashaba. Mashaba is currently a provincial head of a unit called SLEU. It's for Special Law Enforcement Unit. They do almost everything. That's why they even have an airwing. When there are CITs, they also respond.
But thank you.
Warrant Officer Magane, can you, on the exhibit file, go to page 31, 3-1. That's the bigger file, the 3. That is the inside. That is the inside of the BMW. You accept that on that picture?
I see it, Commissioners.
You accept that that it's an inside of a BMW.
I see this picture.
You see the steering. What's on the steering there? What emblem is there?
Oh, next to this thing, there's water.
No, on the steering, the emblem is there.
It's the BMW.
Thank you. And then if you go to the next page, you will see that on photo 23 and 24, it's the same inside of the BMW, but in particular on photo 24, you will see that in orange, there is what looks like amount of money.
I see that, Commissioners.
And then if you go on page 33, the top picture, there is it's quite clear there that there is an amount of money there. Do you know anything about that money?
Not at all. I don't have any idea.
Okay, what we are told is that that's Mr. Nku's car, and he had with him, that amount was a total of 60,000 rand.
I heard about that.
Yes, and what I wanted to ask you and get your comment is that the theory is that that money was possibly going to be used to pay either you or Mr. Mashaba or both of you as a reward for recovering the drugs. What's your comment?
I totally disagree with that comment because, I mean, even if they say I'm very cheap, I wouldn't change drugs worth 200 million for a 60,000. That's my take.
You did not know how much the drugs were worth at the time. So you cannot say I wouldn't change drugs worth 200 million for 60,000. You had not seen the drugs, so you don't know how much they were worth.
No, I'm answering because I know that those drugs worth 250 million.
Only know now. On the day you did not know.
But to be quite honest with you, Commissioners, I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that?
No.
You wouldn't do that?
I wouldn't do that. 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 I wouldn't do that.
Is it not unusual for an informant to walk around with 60,000 rands in cash?
Commissioners, to be honest with you, Mr. Nku, when he was introduced to me, because I wanted to have a background, but even though we didn't engage much because of time and everything, I was told he's a businessman who was in a distribution sector. He had some distribution companies in Limpopo.
Distribution of what?
Coke and
Cocaine?
No. Coca-Cola. Not Coke as in cocaine.
No, just clarifying.
No, not that one. And because it was for the first time, I mean, he looked presentable and smart and everything,
And driving a new 7 Series BMW.
that's correct.
You said you were told he's an informer.
No. He's an informer. Besides being an informer, he was running his business, not that he was living as an informer. No.
Let's go to page 396, Warrant Officer Magane.
Can you just, page 35 and 36? That is still the same BMW, and I could be wrong. Can you just clarify why is that money now in police bags? Is it after it was recovered by the police?
Even though I'm not privy, because I didn't, but I will assume that it was now inside an evidence bag.
So he did not have police exhibit bags. I think that's the point I'm driving at.
No, but I think this was subsequent to his arrest.
After it was recovered in his car.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Can we go to page 396? We are on the same bundle, the exhibit bundle.
Three.
Now, during your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi, you were quite adamant that while your black bakkie was loaded, you were nowhere in position or of intention to leave the premises.
That's correct.
Can you then please, for the record, read in what is stated there at paragraph 6, just to assist you in terms of, this is a statement by one Jolene Wenzel or Kukamur, as it seems to be a maiden surname, of Scania.
As we opened the container, black bags fell out of the container and the police officer said it was drugs. The police then instructed us to load them inside the Nissan bakkie, and after loading them, the tall officer came with cable ties and said he is arresting us. You are arresting me for receiving the goods. The driver was transporting the goods from Devon, and Cornelius because the goods belonged to him. He said they will be taking us to nearest police station, and I called my director informing him about the arrest and that we must meet at the police station.
And then go to paragraph 7.
I told them that I won't go with them, but I will drive my car. I then came to my office to collect my belongings and went back. When I got back to the container, police from Poisons arrived. After some time, the police officer who was in the red vehicle also arrived and obtained my statement. While we were still busy writing my statement, police from Flying Squad and the Hawks also arrived. They dealt with the situation. At about 1700 hours, the police officers who arrived first and the warehouse were arrested by the police police officers who allege they were from Hawks.
Then, no, that's fine. You can leave it there. What I wanted to demonstrate to you is that even this evidence by Jolene, it accords with what you had informed your colleagues that you were going to leave the premises. And as Commissioner Baloyi, in fact, suggested to you that it is the presence or the arrival of the poisons that stopped your move, as it's quite clear here that Ms. Jolene was informed that she will be taken to the police station, and the only thing she asked is that I told him that I won't go with them, but I will drive my car. And then he went to the office to collect belongings and went back. What is your comment?
I differ with this statement from Jolene. I differ completely so.
You differ in respect of what?
That we were intending to leave before the scene was processed. I still stand by my words. That
So then your testimony is that she is incorrect to say that, and then Warrant Officer Pakula has to be also incorrect, and also because the same information was relayed to Captain Midupi, that is also incorrect. So you have three people, according to you, that are lying about your intentions to leave. And the only person who's telling the truth is you, that you never intended to leave, despite your bike being in a position to go.
I'm the one who was at the scene. Like I'm saying, the scene was still going to be processed. If I still maintain that if we had intention to leave, we would have left even before the poisons arrived, because they came 30 minutes later.
We'll come back to that, because it was what we know is that at least you were distracted by the falling of the bag. One of the bags was stuck. That's why you couldn't leave as quickly as you wanted to. What do you say to that?
I also say that's not correct. Like, now we're talking about the intention to leave, and there are allegations or hearsays that my buggy was blocked while leaving the scene, and I can challenge this commission that if that is the case, if a footage can be brought that will suggest that my car was leaving, then I must go straight to jail.
No, the evidence, it's quite clear, and we've seen from the photos, is that your bike was loaded. You yourself testify that you told the officers from Boysons that you were going to take those, so you were leaving, you were going to take those bags with you to Alberton. The same message is contained in more than at least in more than two statements. One by, two statements by Warrant Officer Pakula and one statement by Captain Midupi, and also the fourth person now, or at least the fourth statement by Jolene Kukemur says the same thing of your intention to leave.
Like I'm saying, I won't agree to this, and I don't even agree to that. Our intention was to leave the scene. That is incorrect.
I won't take it higher than that, except to say to you, your version, given what I have told you, and these are versions that were given under oath as well, it's highly improbable, given the overwhelming evidence in front of the commission, that you had every intention to leave.
If that's the I would say if that's the opinion, I'm blatantly saying no. That's not correct, and I'll stand by my words.
Yes, no, that I understand to be your final answer despite the overwhelming evidence. And you say that the only time you lied is that you lied to the Boyson's officials about your intention to leave and take those to Alberton.
Can I answer to that?
Yes, you can answer.
Commissioners, in our conversation, there's nowhere in our conversation between myself, Chief Mashaba, and the Poisons, there was nowhere I said or we said we're leaving. The only thing that we said, we were talking about the detention of the suspect and the booking of the exhibit.
I won't belabor the point. Let's go to, there's a file, it should say on the spine, it should say Francois Stein file.
Because?
Yes, they will assist you to get to that file. I want you to get to page 137 of that file.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes, this is a National Instruction 1 of 2025, and it provides different phases that must be followed when handling exhibits in situations like this. But I want us to focus on, you will see if you go to at page 136, just the page before, this phase is called the reporting phase. And then I want you to go to the next page on 137 and read into the record what it says there under 4.
I'm lost. Where must I go to?
137.
137.
Then there's let's go 4 up.
Record of all action on the computerized system.
No.
Top of the page,
Does it say
any
137
member.
on top?
Or any member who arrives at the scene of crime first must take the responsibility of the first responder as set out in this national instruction until an appropriate member from the division, visible policing, or detective service takes over this responsibility.
And at Arlington, at least you'll accept that you would be the first responder to the situation.
That's correct.
Now, please go to the bottom of the page at 10, says responding phase.
Sorry, can he read B also? He read only A before he goes to the responding phase.
Please read B on 4. So you did 4A, then do 4B.
Report his or her arrival at the crime scene to the appropriate dispatcher at the community service center or 10111 center.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
Then let's go to 10, responding phase. Then read 1.
The first responder must approach the crime scene with due consideration to his or her own safety, the safety of others, and the preservation and the integrity of the crime scene.
And according to your good self, did you do any of those?
The preservation and integrity of the crime scene, that one I tried my level best.
And the safety of others?
No. You cannot even begin to say that, Warrant Officer. You accepted earlier when basically all three of us engaged you that
Commissioners, I'll say it was an oversight.
the container was opened, the seal was broken, in fact, and the container was opened. No pictures were taken before any of that was done. And then a number of people handled the bags with their bare hands and lumped them onto the back of your buggy. Everything was a stuffer, as one of the people who prepared these reports said, and you accepted that it was a stuffer. So you cannot even begin to say that you did your best to preserve the scene. You cannot.
I agree, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Please try to remember your testimony so that you don't appear to be at least committing perjury or at least providing contradictory versions. Now, when you go to 1A and we talk about your own safety, you were asked earlier on by Commissioner Khumalo as well to say you did not consider or at least ensure that your own safety was intact, more so that you chose to drive to a position or to a situation where there could potentially, or there's a risk that there could be even an ambush because you are escorting a truck full with at least suspected drugs and without any protection. You accepted that?
Accept that.
Yes, and the same would apply when I asked you specifically to say to you, do you find it appropriate and safe for Mr. Nku himself to be there in situations where he had provided you with all the necessary information? Do you remember that?
I remember that, Commissioners.
And I say to his safety as well was not taken into account. You accept that?
I accept that.
Yes. Then let's go to the next page, 138.
Page
138.
138.
Yes, go on top. There's 3. The first responder must.
The first responder must assess the situation with regard to initial observation, arrest the suspect as per the prescribed, maintain the first responder report, Annexure D2, and ensure that all unauthorized persons are removed from the crime scenes and they remain outside the outer cordon.
And at least on this score, you'll accept that you did not, especially on the last one, you did not ensure that all unauthorized persons are removed from the scene and they remain outside the outer cordon of. In fact, you did the opposite because you allowed the civilians to handle the exhibit. You accept that?
I accept that.
What is the first responder report, Annexure D2? What goes into that?
The first responder report, I'm not too sure about this.
Okay, so you didn't complete it. That's what it means. I mean, you're not sure what it is. We must take it. You didn't complete it.
No, I didn't complete it.
Okay.
I think in this case, Commissioners, they are talking about, let's say, a murder scene whereby maybe this was dispatched from 10111.
Why do you say that? You don't know what the report is, the D2 annexure, so you can't speak to when does it apply. I'm happy with your answer, or to leave it at you saying you're not sure. What is this D2?
I'll take that. I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
This is broadly about crime scene management. That's what it is. So it's not about murder or any specific or particular thing. Crime scene management.
Okay, you accept that?
Accept that.
It doesn't apply to just murder. Okay. And you've accepted to the evidence leader that you were the first responder at this scene.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm a bit confused because much earlier you said this was Mr. Mashaba's scene. You said it was Chief Mashaba's scene. Now we know there's a national instruction that instructs every SAPS member that if you are the first one at the scene, here's what you get to do. You did not do that. You let Chief Mashaba be the owner of the scene. Can you just explain it, just to make sure that I don't misunderstand?
By the virtue of Chief Mashaba being there, the custodian of the information, and a commission officer. He was also responsible or it was also
So
appropriate.
are you saying what you read earlier doesn't apply to you? I mean, you were the first SAPS member on the scene, acting on information from a traffic officer and an informer. You're the SAPS member on the scene, and you've accepted that you're a first responder, and you accept, I thought, that what you read earlier in the reporting phase, that you accept that it applied to you on the day. Did I misunderstand you in this
No,
discussion?
you had me correct, yeah.
Okay, so another thing that we see is you go there with an informer and someone who gave you the information, which is what Chief Mashaba is here. You get there and you let him be in charge of the scene, notwithstanding 8, that which you read. 8(4) A and B. You did not comply with that.
I take that, Commissioners.
Okay, you accept that.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Msipin.
Are you aware, Warrant Officer, that there's another national instruction? Is that one of 2017 that General Musikidi referred to in relation to the Port Shepstone bust? Are you aware that there's another national instruction that deals specifically with handling of drug busts and drug scenes? Are you aware of that?
No, I am not aware of that, Commissioner.
And I assume that you don't know what it says.
No.
Do you see why it was inappropriate for you to be at a drug bust to begin with? You're simply not qualified to be there. I think that point was made earlier.
I agree, Commissioner.
And even if we were relying only on this national instruction that deals with crime scenes, we looked at 8, even 9, if you go to page 137, item 10, paragraph 10. Remember we dealt with item 8 and I asked you to read B. And B deals with the reporting phase, but even the responding phase, if you look at sub 2, bottom of the page on 137, on arrival at the crime scene, the first responder must confirm his or her arrival at the crime scene to the dispatcher. So you must still call 10111 and say, I'm at a crime scene, I need support, this is what the complaint is about, I need people who are qualified to handle this scene. You had no business going there telling people to open the container and to take out bags from the container. That is simply not your job, and you had no business doing that. Do you want to comment?
No comment.
And this doesn't just apply, I hope it's a lesson, not just to you, but other officers who are in your possession, because they may never get the opportunity to sit where you are sitting. But they must also know that there are prescripts that are applicable to how police perform their functions. And they must familiarize themselves with those prescripts so that they do not get into trouble. Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Thank
I
you.
don't take it lightly. It's noted.
Okay, then let's deal with the last section I want to refer to, which is the controlling phase. Can you read that into the record? So 11.1, the first responder must execute.
The first responder must execute all the duties of a crime scene commander until the handover to the scene crime management, crime scene commander has been completed. Taking control and evaluation of the crime scene, the first responder upon arrival at the scene must, after taking all the necessary steps to prevent the contamination and disturbance of the crime scene, assume control of the crime scene from the relevant party by accepting the handover of the crime scene from such party, identify the nature of the incident, give SITRAP to the dispatcher, arrange for the suspect to be removed from the crime scene as soon as possible if an arrest has been made. With due consideration of the integrity of physical evidence, assist the injured person if the member is competent and certified, or contact relevant authorities as the matter of priority. Document the place where the injured person was found and make notes accordingly.
I think it's fine that the rest they talk about where there is injuries or possible fatalities, which we're not there. You can go to B.
After taking control of the crime scene, the first responder must evaluate the safety status of the crime scene and request assistance of a safety official as identified and in accordance with the contingency plan if required. The first responder must direct the emergency services and other official role players at the scene to prevent evidence from being disturbed or contaminated.
Let's go to 3. I just want you to read into the record 3B.
The first responder must secure and protect the crime scene by establishing an inner cordon around the perimeter of the crime scene, as well as an outer cordon around the inner cordon to enable members to perform their task within the inner cordon. Protecting obvious and evident exhibit from contamination and element of destruction. Completing the exhibit log. If the exhibit have to be moved at a crime scene, this information needs to be given the crime scene examiner upon his or her arrival to indicate the original position of the exhibit as found at the crime scene and to capture it on the drawing plan. Dealing with...
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go.
3A says you must establish an inner cordon around the perimeter of the crime scene. That was not done here.
The inner cordon was...
You didn't create, as the first responder, you did not create a cordon of the crime scene, did you?
With the assistance of the poisons.
Yes, before they arrived. We know you started doing things before the boys and people arrived. And I'm asking you about before the boys and people arrived.
No, that was
you
not done.
You had not created any cordon at all.
That was not done.
Yes, thank you.
Did you complete Annexure D5, the exhibits log? Because this had to be completed before you moved them from the container to your vehicle.
Commissioners, I don't know, but this is what is this? It is because actually, I would say nothing was done because we were waiting for other role players to arrive.
But you've already removed the exhibits from the primary scene, which is the container, and you have put them in the back of your bakkie. And it says here in C, you must complete the exhibit log if the exhibits have to be moved at the crime scene. Do you see that it says that? In C.
The exhibit was not yet moved and
No, but you moved them from the container to your
to
vehicle.
a bakkie,
Yes.
but we were still at the scene.
So what then is the primary scene according to you? So the scene is the Scania complex. It's not the container. According to you, as long as they are in the Scania campus, for lack of a better word, they are still on the scene. They were not moved from the primary scene.
I would say I will agree.
So even if they were in the back of the 7 Series BMW, according to you, that would still be at the scene.
There was no way that they would be.
No, I qualified it with an if. I didn't suggest that they were there. I said if they were taken out of the container and put in the back of the 7 Series BMW, they would still not have moved from the primary scene, according to you?
I'm having a problem with the 7 Series because it's not a state vehicle.
I have a problem that it was there in the first place. So what I'm putting to you is a proposition. Because you are saying the scene is the entire Scania campus. Now, since the BMW was in the campus, within the campus, on your logic, even if these exhibits were put inside the BMW, they still would not have been moved from the primary scene because that whole place is the scene.
Commissioner, you know, I don't want to associate or take the exhibit into the BMW because it's not a state vehicle.
I will leave it there.
Okay,
Thank you.
let me try and help complete this. 3C says the information needs to be given to the crime scene examiner upon his arrival to indicate and underline this. The original position of the exhibits as found at the crime scene and to capture it on the drawing plan. So the original position of these exhibits would have been the container and where you say they fell when you opened the door and they fell before you took any of them onto your bakkie. According to 3C, that is the original place or position of the exhibits when you found them. It's in the thingy and in the container and on the ground where you say they fell.
Commissioners, I'm asking for a comfort break. Yeah.
Chair, it's almost 4 o'clock. I think we can end it here, Chair, unless there are further questions. I had 1 or 2 questions.
Let's
but-
take a quick break. We'll come back just now.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
you, Chair. Warrant Officer Magane, is it fair to say to you that in this whole incident at Ayrton, you did not fully appreciate the magnitude and probably the seriousness of the situation that you were dealing with at the end of the day? That is why you committed so many errors or oversights, as you call them.
My answer to that will be that really, if I anticipated that the situation will turn out like that, I would have done better. Taking into consideration that by the time we arrived there, it was the only two of us, Mr. Mashaba, and should we maybe have got the information like before and have a full knowledge as to how big or how, the gravity or the magnitude of that consignment, or we would have done better.
I specifically requested you when we were busy with your testimony to say that you are here to testify for yourself, and I would appreciate your answers. And for the record, to confine that applies to you, especially if you are going to say, with the benefit of hindsight, you have to speak to yourself, or at least to your own actions and decisions, not.
No, I understand that.
Thank you.
If I had an opportunity of having a full information about the drugs and that kind of consignment, I think I would have done better than I did.
In fact, when the chair asked you in the morning to say when you first arrived at Yellow Jersey Logistics and had you opened the container and you saw the drugs, and he asked you what you would have done, you said you would have then, stopped and called the necessary people to attend to the crime scene. Do you remember that, giving that answer?
I would say yes.
Yes, and
Is that because you don't remember?
Yeah, because if you can remember.
I
also remember. Yes, Mr. Musiki.
and the simple proposition is that you should have done exactly that when you arrived. At the very least, if one was to be fair to you, at least as soon as you say in your own testimony, as soon as you saw the black bags falling off, what you should have done is to simply say, do not touch, we don't know what's in here, cordon off and call the relevant people. Do you accept that?
Accept that?
Yes. Chair, those will be our questions.
Thank you. Just something very quick, Warrant Officer. Truth be told, I think we were humoring you to even take you through several paragraphs of this national instruction on crime scene management. I'm saying we were humoring you because we all know that everything that could have gone wrong actually did go wrong. And the function of that was, as you admitted this morning when I engaged you, both of you were clueless as to how to manage a crime scene. That is why we have the mess that you ended up with. I'm just summing up the entire scene. Do you accept that? I think so.
I accept that with both hands, and I'm not taking this very light. If given another opportunity, I think I would handle this kind of situation very differently. If I may come across such a situation.
Yes, I'm saying we are humoring you, taking you through these prescripts because you simply do not know them, and therefore there isn't a snowball's chance in hell that you could have complied with them because you knew nothing about them. Do you accept that?
I accept that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair, can I put a last question just to piggyback on your last exchange with Warrant Officer Magane? And the opposite of it, Warrant Officer, is that it's either that you do not appreciate the fullness of the situation you're dealing with, but at worst for you is that you were complicit to the process of intercepting these drugs to at least assist the intended recipient to recover them. What is your comment to that?
That one, I'm totally, I still maintain that. Besides me not handling the situation in the correct manner, but for the version that I was intending to take those drugs to the recipient, I totally differ with that. Taking into account, I mean, if you can go through, I mean, our phones were taken to check if there was any link between us prior to that. I had no conversation with, it was just a coincidence that the information came through me.
Okay, no, lastly, throughout this, Warrant Officer, have you ever asked Chief Mashaba as to why he did not call his own colleagues in the traffic department and instead called people from at least your direction, being Pukungwane, and you ultimately? Have you ever asked him why he never called his own people?
Yes, and the reason was that because this thing, the information was about Rodicop, which happened to be in Alberton. That is when he thought about Warrant Officer Pukungwane. And that Warrant Officer Pukungwane referred him to me.
And you were the right person in terms of the jurisdiction?
No. When Mr. Mashaba phoned me, he said, can you please assist with getting someone? Or he said, can you please assist me? I've got information. It was just an open invitation, not that I had something or I was special in something.
But he needed someone?
Yes. Like I said, after he called me, I called some sergeant from dog unit as I was busy. So there was no intention that specifically he wanted me to handle the situation.
In all of this, do you think, or do you believe, or have it come across your mind to think that perhaps you were used in all of this while you're not being aware?
Definitely, I won't say that. I won't have an answer because I was just doing this innocently. Innocently, not thinking of something behind.
Yes, hence I'm saying you were used. Remember, we have the drugs. They are high-value drugs. Someone has to retrieve them. And they need someone who's a police to assist that process.
It was, I would say, for me, it was just an unfortunate position. If I may say that I fell into that trap, but I had no intention or I had no clue that something behind might be happening. Much as I say, I innocently went there, not even having an idea who the informer is and how was this information gathered, that maybe, if I can say, I might have fell into a trap, if there's a better way of saying that. But innocently, I attended the scene, and out of the little knowledge that I had, I thought I was doing the right thing. But to this commission, I can safely say I had no intention of taking the drugs or of running away from that. That one, I'll still repeat it. If there's something that maybe the commission will think that I was involved in another way, God knows that I'm innocent.
Yes, now you accept that being used does not require you to have the intention. Because you, as you correctly put that, you might be innocently thinking that you are doing your job, but ultimately you were deceived into assisting someone to intercept a cargo.
Like I'm saying, and I'll still repeat this over and over, to prove that indeed I knew nothing about the interception of these drugs. Like you are saying, I can say I was in a blind spot. I was in the blind spot. I was just doing this, offering an assistance to another member.
Were you blind spotted by Mr. Mashaba, yes or no?
No, to be a part of this operation.
Chair, I can't take it further than that. Thank you.
Warrant Officer Magane,
Commissioners?
lastly from me. You, earlier in your testimony, you said that you informed your superior, your station commander.
That's correct.
That you are going on to this operation. What was the reason for that? Why did you find it necessary to inform your station commander?
Because when you, it's just for control purposes.
Yes.
So that it cannot later emerge that he doesn't know about your whereabouts.
Okay.
And it's always fair and safe to inform your superior unless you've got some ulterior motives.
Okay. Do you know, or did you come to know, that Chief Mashaba did not inform his superior about this operation?
Unfortunately, Commissioner, I wouldn't be in a better position to say he informed his supervisor, but fair enough.
Yes.
For me, I did the right thing.
Okay, yes. His supervisor, Dumisani Pompi, filed a statement at the time and said that, and I'll just pick extra parts of it that make the point. He says, Chief Mashaba, in all his work engagements, he keeps communicating with me as his supervisor with regards to his duties, right? That's the one thing he says. And then he says that morning he called Mashaba for a meeting, and Mashaba said he's busy. And then at about 11:26, he heard from Deputy Director that Chief Mashaba has been arrested by the Hawks. He had that. And then he then told me, and then he called him, and then he told me he could not tell me that they had an undercover operation of drugs. This is Mashaba now. He finds him on the phone. After now he's arrested, that the operation was successful, but they just having a misunderstanding with other members of crime intelligence, The indication from him was that they are fine and they will handle the situation. This is Mashaba to his
commander.
superior. And then this is what the superior says in the statement. For me, this denoted that the responsible person for SAPS that approved this operation will discuss the misunderstanding with the general from intelligence. This was a reference to General Khan, a telephone call from General Khan. So the person responsible for the operation would have been you, according to his superior. There has to be a SAPS person responsible for the operation. But you've told us that, in fact, Mashaba was responsible. And then lastly, this is what the part where his boss says, I can confirm that I did not place Mashaba, he calls him Acting Deputy Provincial Inspector Mashaba, on duty of the activity he was performing at the time of his arrest, and he did not even inform me about it. So that's what his superior says. So Mashaba went and did his own thing without his boss knowing. And you have said, you have explained why you would inform your superior.
I
Right?
did that.
And quite notably for me, you say unless you would keep it, you would inform unless there was an ulterior motive for not telling your
That's
superior.
correct, Commissioner.
Okay, all right. That's what I wanted to point to you. But then I want to put certain facts that have come out of the evidence or indicators that I want you to understand why there is concern about your role in this and the kind of conclusions that I shared with you earlier to say it looks like you were part of a scheme to intercept these drugs. One, and I list them, just try and remember them, but it all comes from the evidence, okay? And one is you are an office-bound person by your job. On that day, and your commander says that, and on that day you left the office to be involved with a drug bust because Mashaba, who's not your friend, he's not someone you work with every day and do operations with, calls you out of the blue and says, come and help me. So we've established that you leave your desk job to go and assist him in a drug bust where you have absolutely no experience. You don't know the protocols that apply. You've never done a drug bust, but you go and assist and join him when you have no relevant experience. That's one. Two, from the evidence, you did not call any relevant role players to come to the scene. You did not call LCRC, you did not call SANEP, you didn't call dog unit. The one person you called who said, I'm unavailable, you didn't say, put me through to somebody else or to your commander or something. You let it be Maja. I think that was Maja. When Maja says, I'm unavailable, who is dog unit, that was the end of it. You never called dog unit. You didn't try to call the forensic lab. You didn't call Vispol. You didn't call Boysons. You didn't call anyone that's relevant. You went to an operation with you didn't call LCRC. You went to an operation with someone who's come to you with information to say, SAPS, here's information, and you go there. That's two. Three, you let Mashaba run this operation on your own evidence. You told us that. He was in charge. From the get-go, he was in charge of this, in spite of a national instruction that says, you are the first responder, which you accept, and therefore you should take responsibility for that operation. You allow yourself to be run by a traffic officer on a scene where the national instruction says, you must take responsibility. Having done that, you completely participate in contamination of the exhibits and the scene. You do that. We've established it's because you don't know anything about the protocols and procedures, but you undermine completely any chance of a successful investigation where these things come from, who touched them, because of you touch them and you get other people to touch them. So I think that's 4 for me, 5. We now have these WhatsApp messages where now we know someone was interested in the interception. You say you know nothing about it, but we know that's in the mix, right? Now we know that it was in the mix. Someone was exchanging WhatsApp messages about the very drugs that you are part of, the operation of which you are part of and are supposed to be in charge, but you are not in charge. Mashaba did not inform his superior, and you say, if you don't inform your superior, and I accept that. If you don't inform your superior, there must be an ulterior motive why you do so. And then lastly, in my list, there is the issue, the concerning issue of, well, one, you have someone who's supposed to be an informer being inexplicably part of your operation, even if you say he just sat there and watched. Inexplicably, you've got someone who's watching, seeing, going with you to track where the drugs are going. He's going with you from Yellow Jersey to Scania. If you had left that place, Scania, before Boysons arrived, he would have been going with you. So you've got someone whose presence is not satisfactorily explained, and you, first responder, are allowing all of this. He sees what's happening. But here's another worrying issue that Commissioner Khumalo has raised with you. This person has money, has a stash of money in their car. This unexplained person, in fact, this person whose presence is unexplained, supposed to be an informer, but his presence is uninformed. He's found to have a lot of money on him. That doesn't look good on these facts when you look at all of these facts. And what I want to put to you on all of those facts is that I hope you do understand how that reasonably creates a basis for suspicion about your own involvement in this. At best, you may have been innocent and been used by Mr. Mashaba. You came in innocently thinking you are here to assist someone who wants assistance. But the full set of facts here shows that this operation was not a legitimate police operation. And the suspicion that these drugs were not intended, at least not all of them, but according to the WhatsApp messages, all of them, in fact, are supposed to be delivered elsewhere other than police station, does not look good on you. It makes you appear to have been knowingly a part of this illicit operation, that you were brought in just to create the cover of SAPS, because that's what you did. Knowingly or unknowingly, you created cover for Mashaba that when you went to Yellow Jersey, you were able to say, I'm SAPS, here's my card. You did that. You got to Scania, you said, here, I'm SAPS. When other police officers arrived, you said, here, I'm SAPS. So you provided cover to someone who, in fact, this was his consignment, it wasn't yours. He got the information. It wasn't your consignment. You didn't find it. So I hope you understand how it looks and how it creates suspicion about your own involvement and your own knowledge of what in fact was happening in this scene or was supposed to happen. You understand what I'm putting to you, and you can comment if you want to.
Commissioners, with all fairness, I won't dispute your remark. In all honesty, I still maintain my innocence. I don't know how best can I explain this. That maybe I was just in a firing line, but that is all I can say.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Magane.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Can I just say one thing and then clarify? It's a remarkable coincidence that the one police officer they called had a bakkie which was large enough to fit all these bags, and they could sit comfortably in that bag. It's a worrying coincidence. But my question is really clarification more than anything else. Did I understand you correctly in the morning that you had just finished your shift? You were in a night shift and you had just finished when you were called?
No,
or
no,
was
no,
it the case that you were not on duty at all on the day?
No, I was on duty.
You were on duty
Actually, I reported early as a duty officer.
at 6 o'clock?
I visited the station
Yes,
as a duty officer.
yes.
Coincidentally, while I was busy with my visit,
Yes.
is when I received this call.
All right, so you were on duty that day?
I was official on duty.
All right, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Warrant Officer. You're excused. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.